never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I'm ready. Ready or not, it is that time. Just gotta do it. Panic at the midnight hour. What the? Well, that would be par for the course because it's April 1st. I hate April Fool's Day. Sit back and take a deep breath. Get ready to roll into a Thursday. All right, so what are we looking at here? Guess that would be Good Friday morning eve here on a Thursday. A Good Friday tomorrow. Easter weekend coming on. Not feeling very Easter weekend-like out there weather-wise tonight. We'll dig into our wintry weather forecast for friends in the Northeast in particular. You're going to have, we've been saying this for several days, weather whiplash is coming your way. We've got freeze warnings on the screen for our area tonight. Matter of fact, there are freeze warnings well into the deep south. You've got freeze warnings all the way into northern Mississippi. Hard freeze warnings through the heart of Tennessee, all of central Tennessee. Hard freeze warnings tonight. Wow. Freeze warnings extending from Oklahoma through Missouri, Arkansas, as I said, Mississippi, pretty much all of Tennessee, Kentucky, on over into West Virginia. Kind of crazy, right on the heels of some very beautiful weather the last couple of days. What a change. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? It was panic at the midnight hour. If you noticed, the little banner has kind of changed behind me. Actually got our big screen up. And so that's one change. Kyle's been down here in the secret bunker most of the afternoon working on getting our decor changes. You may notice we've got a Western Star logo now. Volvo went up a couple of weeks ago. Now we're not showing favoritism. Volvo logo is a little bit larger than the others, but that's all we could find. They didn't have one that matched everybody else, but yeah, there you go. So yeah, Kyle's been down here working, and he left the bunker about 11:30, about 30 minutes ago or so. So I'm sure he's on the road, tuned in. Sorry, I didn't see you out to the car there, Carl. Right as you were walking out the door, I've been working on show prep, get everything printed up and everything. And right as you're walking out the door, Kyle, I pull all my show prep off the printer, and the printer was screwed up. I said, oh, no. See, I take stories, my weather, I send them to my email, then I edit them all down, take the pictures and all that stuff out to conserve on printer ink. And then I print everything up, and as I'm going through printing one item, I delete that email, then go to the next email, print that one, and get it all stacked up there, and then sort all my weather, news, information, stories, what we're going to talk about on the show tonight. And it was all screwed. I said, oh, no, I've got to do this all again in like 20 minutes' time. So I had to go back to the drawing board. First of all, I did get the printer fixed. Just so you know, Kyle, that first time when we went up to Staples and we purchased the printer and we bought this thing called a drum, thinking it was actually like the printer ink. It wasn't an ink cartridge. It was the drum. And he never took it back. Well, that's what I needed. The drum is what kind of screwed things up. So I was able to put a new drum and a new ink cartridge in, printers back up and running, but it was a little bit of a panic at the midnight hour. I'm saying, well, happy April Fool's Day. Thank you, printer. But we're here. We'll get settled in. I got most of my stuff printed back up, and otherwise I was able to go through and pretty much email myself a number of the stories. So I'll just be working from the computer screen versus what I'm kind of old. I'm old school. I like to print stuff up and have black and white before me, my actual paperwork. So that's the panic mode that we were going through here the last little bit. Let me jump over to the national radar scene with our traveler's weather tonight. Here's what we're looking at. You got a few flakes of snow up in central Ohio. It's not going to amount to anything, but that's where the cold air is definitely pushing in. Still looking at some rain stretching from Cleveland down to just east of Akron, on down to Parkersburg, West Virginia, east side there, down into Charleston, Virginia. Pockets of heavier rain over parts of southwestern Pennsylvania. Rains extending up till you get into the northwestern and north central PA, and that's where we're beginning to see some of the snow fill in there. Higher elevations, they were talking about this the last few nights, higher elevations could see some pretty significant accumulations. There's a little break in the system there through east central PA and eastern New York. Then you get back into more rains, fairly heavy rains over about the eastern half of New York, from way on up into Montpelier, Vermont, down to Albany, New York. Rain in New York City. It's raining in Boston tonight. Eastern seaboard rainfall. Heaviest rains have been pushing through the Carolinas tonight. Some of those thunderstorms now pushing offshore. I hope you enjoyed those warmer temperatures there in the Carolinas this past day, because you're going to see some of that colder air funneling in as well as we head toward and through the upcoming weekend. So it looks like the forecasters were correct here. Temperatures, you're going to see 30 to 50 degree difference in what your daytime highs say on Tuesday were versus what we're looking at for April Fool's Day. And it's no joke. Early April here, it's going to feel more like the middle of February, especially today and Friday with this cold front. Rain associated with the front started the temperature change yesterday from the Appalachians on westward. Areas from, say, West Virginia and western portions of Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York State on west. Temperatures no higher than the 50s. started falling during the afternoon hours in most cases. Further to the east, you had another mild day, highs mainly in the 60s along much of the I-95 corridor. A few spots actually approached the 70-degree mark. But this storm's going to draw in even colder air. That rain's going to become mixed with and change over to snow in locations from the Appalachians on west into parts of the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. They've been telling us Buffalo, New York, Pittsburgh, Charleston, West Virginia, some of the cities that might see a little bit of accumulation today, Thursday. It's the ridges in the central and northern Appalachians. Some cities, even at lower elevations, may pick up a couple of inches. But you'll be breaking out the snow shovels, believe it or not, in Rochester, New York, as well as Syracuse and Binghamton, New York, Bradford and Mount Pocono, PA. Looking at 6 to 12 inches, could see some totals approaching 15 inches there. Good times. April 1st? No, it's feeling more like middle of February. All right, forecasters warn that there could be some dicey conditions on the roadways. Watch as, of course, the overnight hours progress. Areas that may have just been wet with the rain that has been falling and in some cases continues to fall. As those temperatures continue to drop overnight, you'll see, especially the bridges and overpasses, be aware there. Slow it down. Then we could see some squalls coming off the Great Lakes. And, of course, by Friday morning, the cold air is going to have a firm grip throughout the region. Temperatures ranging from the middle teens in upstate New York to just the middle 30s in southern Virginia and middle 40s in coastal areas of New England. A very cold April the 2nd, Good Friday, that would be. High temperatures Friday, lower 40s for New York City and Pittsburgh, maybe mid-40s for Philadelphia, Boston. Yeah, you may reach into the upper 40s there in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. So, yeah, coming up, we'll take a look elsewhere around the country. We'll take a look out west where you're dealing with the exact opposite there. You're going to feel, as we flip over into the first day of April, you're going to think you're flipping over into the first day of August as the jet stream has got the big bulge to the north, allowing the warm air to surge right on up the west coast. The core of the heat, the warmest air, is going to be the Southern California coast, and it's going to have much longer staying power across the interior west. The heat probably lasts through the entire weekend on into early next week. It's going to be a hot summer-like weekend. We're going to be talking the first 90-degree temperatures of the year in downtown L.A. Could come within a few degrees of the record of 93, set in 1985. Parts of the desert Southwest may be looking, believe it or not, at some of your first triple-digit temperatures, highs topping out at 100. Phoenix, you're expected to be in the 90s between now and at least Sunday. You could even climb close to the century mark. You haven't seen that in the Valley of the Sun since October the 16th. If Phoenix does hit 100 this weekend, goes down in the top 5 of earliest arrival times for triple-digit temperatures. It'd be number 3 on the list. So to put this kind of heat in perspective, Phoenix average high for early April is like 74 degrees. 74 versus nearly 100 degrees. Temperatures in Las Vegas, you're not going to hit 100 during the heat wave, but the history books may still be rewritten for this Easter weekend. Saturday's record high of 91, Sunday's record high of 94. Both set back in 1961. Yeah, you could reach those levels. The first 90-degree high in Vegas doesn't normally happen for another several weeks till about the 18th of April. Salt Lake City, you may find yourselves with a case of weather whiplash. Tuesday's high was 43 degrees, well below average. By Saturday, you're forecast to be upwards 20 degrees above normal. Salt Lake City, we're going to be approaching 80 degrees. So you're going from a high of 43 to a high of 80. Saturday, going to be the warmest day In that city, a new daily record could be set as well. The date's high mark of 76 was also set during the stretch of warmth back in 1961. 61 was a warm spring for whatever reason out west. Even across the Rockies, temperatures well into the 60s and 70s through the Easter weekend. Billings, Montana, Casper and Cheyenne, Wyoming, Denver and Colorado Springs, Colorado, even down to Albuquerque, New Mexico. On the list, cities and parts of the Intermountain West that could actually be challenging record highs for a couple of days, maybe this weekend. So there you go. The tale of two sides of the country. Winter returns to the east. Summer-like heat for our friends out west. Okay, as we get it underway here on a Thursday morning, hope you've had a good week thus far. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And if you were not with us last evening on the program, the big announcement is the app for your iPhone is now available. Go to your Apple App Store and type in overnightdriveradio.com. And you'll find the app where you can listen to the show live. Someone this past day sent like a screenshot of the app saying, if you can only listen to the show when it's live, what's the use in having the Overnight Drive Radio logo? Yeah, you catch the live show on the apps. If you want to catch the podcasts, yeah, you've got unlimited options, and you're pretty much anywhere and everywhere where they handle podcasts, you'll find us there. Of course, you'll see that if you go to the website, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, where to listen. You got the Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, Amazon, TuneIn, Spotify. You catch the podcast on the YouTube or the Facebook pages as well. So plenty of opportunity to catch the podcast there. But for the app, that's the convenience of being able to roll down the highway, driving your truck, and not have to have the screen on just to listen to the program. That's what many drivers have been begging for. All right, under the top industry headline from this past day, definitely a frightening scenario. A truck carrying a radioactive uranium compound crashing Wednesday. Drivers were evacuated from the area. This was along the I-95 in Cumberland County. About 11:30 this past morning, initially blocking all of the lanes of traffic, according to the North Carolina Highway Patrol. There were no injuries in the crash, but the truck reportedly carrying uranium hexafluoride, which they say could be used to make fuel for nuclear power plants. Radiation from the chemical is said to present minimal risk to transport workers, as well as emergency response personnel and the public as during transportation accidents. But according to WNCN, this tractor trailer overturned near exit 58. Cause of the crash still being investigated. 2 of the 4 1,000-gallon containers of uranium hexafluoride the truck was carrying fell off as it overturned. Officers tell WTVD the compound was not leaky, but they were worried about wind direction. Yeah, this is not a hazardous waste cleanup. According to the North Carolina Department of Transportation, the tractor trailer crashed, turned over, and again, hauling uranium. We're proceeding to get equipment in place to right-side the tractor trailer, then haul it away off the interstate and get things reopened. Patrol said, they were moving drivers from the location as the I-95 remained shut down, trying to put together a plan for cleanup and removal of those containers safely out of the highway was the big deal. He added hazmat teams were called in to assess whether the uranium hexafluoride could stay in the containers or maybe they needed to be transferred to other containers. They put a detour in place for drivers. Northbound lanes reopened, looks like by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. WRAL reported the truck was operated by Hitman Transport Service based out of Tennessee. And records show that they had 5 citations for hazardous material issues since March of 2019. Only one of those involved failure to comply with regulations, so not a bad safety record per se for that particular company, but yeah, the investigation ongoing. What happened? That could have been ugly, I suppose. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see who's online first out of the box tonight. I believe would this be Pat?
Mr. Steve, how are you?
Doing well. What's happening?
I'm actually out past midnight tonight. Figured I'd give you a holler. We had a little breakdown issue this afternoon.
Oh, okay. So what, do you normally catch the podcast or something?
Yeah, I try to listen to the podcast every day here. I send you a couple emails here and there. I'm liking the new gig. It's definitely better than the old one.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's pretty nifty, huh?
Yeah, I like it. So I'm not too much of a fan. I actually live in Rochester. Actually on the way home right now. I'm not too big of a fan of your weather forecast for tonight, Steve.
Oh, sorry about that. Yep.
Yeah, not feeling that.
You thought you were done with the snow shovel, didn't you?
Yeah. Pulled the snowplow stakes out of the driveway already. I don't think we're going to be so lucky.
It sounds like you may get a pretty good dump in there. Well, that's Mother Nature's April Fool's joke for you.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of April Fools. I can't say I like it too much.
Don't blame you.
So, hate to be the bad guy, but I think I got the last T-shirt before they went out of stock. So if anyone's mad, they can be mad at me.
What size did you get, Pat? Because I think it's just certain sizes they're running out of. I don't know.
Oh, I was an extra large. So
XL.
If anybody else got a different size, I apologize.
Okay, yeah. Because I know Scotty last week, I think he was, I'm pretty sure he ordered a 3X, and they had just run out of 3X. Now, if they're out of XL, that's a size that they normally would order plenty of. So I could see the 3X and the 4X running out, but all right, people are ordering up those shirts. I know they've got more on order. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up because Kyle did show me the photographs. The hats came in today, and the travel mugs, the mugs with the Overnight Drive logo on one side and the Hot Shot Secret Studio logo on the other side came in. So they should be up, available on the store here, I'm guessing probably tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Can we work Kyle over for some sweatshirts possibly?
I think he's got all that stuff in the plans. They were trying to get started with the basics, and they didn't know how much demand would be there and whatnot. So I'm sure they'll be doing that. They like the hoodies. I've got a Hot Shot Secret hoodie on tonight, but that's not the Overnight Drive, but it's the Hot Shot Secret racing hoodies. If you go to the Hot Shot Secret website, they've got all kinds of Hot Shot Secret apparel there.
Gotcha. Okay, I mean, if you keep forecasting snow, I'm going to need a winter jacket here soon, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. All righty. Well, hey, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm sorry. I just passed the information on. I don't make that weather. But there you go. Let me see. I'm going to scroll up here. Click on shop. Yeah, right now you got the T-shirts, you got the dash calendars, the stickers. Like I said, the hats and the travel mugs just came in. So, yeah, they'll get some artwork done, take some photographs, and probably have those up in short order. If not today, by Friday, I'll assume. So, some of our comments, let me flip over here as our listening friends jump on board. The numbers are ramping up here as everybody logs in. Morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Dale checks in, 71 degrees. The bad thing is this is a high for the day. See, right now they're at 71, the midnight hour. We're about to go into some cold weather. That's okay. It'll only last a few days here in Florida. Let's see. Here's our mission for the overnight hours. Keep Steve up all night. Be safe out there, drivers. Let's see. Richard also checking in from Florida. I made my first call yesterday. All right. Good to have you with us, Richard. Pappy checking in. He just downloaded the iPhone app. iPhone app. Easy peasy. Now I don't have to look at... Oh, wait. Now I don't have to look at you, Steve. Thanks a bunch, Pappy. What are friends for? Tank checking in from California this morning. Windy, 67 degrees here in the desert. Me and Mama headed back home to West Tennessee. Have a safe trip there. Ralph checking in. Tim, good morning. Good morning. Captain Ron, 71 degrees on the left coast. Riding north through Gainesville this morning. Francisco Cruz, super excited, Steve. I'm listening on the Apple app. There you go. Good to have you with us, Francisco. Michael checks in from West Monroe, Louisiana. Just got off from delivering pizzas tonight. There's old Mama checking in. I'm sorry, there's Mama. Did I say old Mama? There's Mama checking in from Flintstone, Georgia. Mama, yeah, happy birthday. Let me see here. Who else we got? Buckeye Boy checking in from Georgia this morning. Loading tomorrow, heading for Texas, and then off to the West Coast, California. And by the way, Buckeye Boy, he says, by the way, it's going to be 30 degrees here tonight in Georgia. Yep, that's why they've got those freeze warnings all the way, as I said, down into the deep south. I mean, in hard freeze warnings in the heart of Tennessee. Then Lynn checks in from Harrisonburg, Virginia. Good to have you all with us. Those are the comments, folks, on the YouTube, the Facebook. Yeah, checking in, and I'll try to keep an eye on things through the overnight hours. There's the old Carolina. Did I say old? There's the Carolina monkey gouger.
Hey, Steve, how you doing tonight?
What's happening, monkey gouger?
Man, I got all kind of news. I just don't know. I got so much news I don't know where to start at. I got a phone call about 7 o'clock. And I've been bowling extra on Debbie's bowling team, and we got up to first place. We tied for first place last week, so they had a roll-off tonight. And the lady that I bowling her place, she, well, to make a long story short, we won first place.
Well, congratulations! How about that? Were you a contributor to winning, or did you have to rely on your teammates?
Well, let's say that when I started rolling, when the doctor asked, he said, Jimmy, he said, you need to get some strength in your arms. He said, you ever tried to bowl in? I said, I love bowling. He said, well, go out there and try it, and if it works, well, they were in last place. So while I was off, I got them all. A team effort. We got it all. We got back in first place. Got all the way back up to first place and took the lead. Man, I've been bouncing off the walls tonight. When Debbie called me and told me, I said, "Oh man, I hate I missed it." And she had like a 232 tonight. She rolled. She was top bowler for the women for the season. I'm just ecstatic about that. I'm just glad she did it. But anyway, hey, you know what's missing hanging up on that wall?
What's that?
And I've been waiting on you to hang it. I ain't seen it. Our old friend Pat, my reprieve from Hamilton County up there that you were supposed to sign off on.
Oh, right. Yeah, your clemency or whatever.
Yeah, my clemency. We need to hang that up. Well, Steve, you know, I tell you something. You know, you never know what kind of twist or turn trucking's going to give you tonight. And Grump's south of me coming up, and we're going to be together for the next 2 days trucking around, going the same place and everything. And I said, well, I'm going to run over there and pick my trailer up, and I'm going back to the truck stop, and I'm going to bed. And I said, we'll get up in the morning and leave out. And he said, okay. So I went over there, going to drop a trailer, grabbed the glad hand, and it snapped off in my hand.
Uh-oh.
The hole broke. I said, well, you look at this. So I said, let me call Grump. So I called Mr. Mechanic Man. I said, where you at? He said, well, right now I'm in Dimmitt, Texas. I said, do me a favor. Matter of fact, talk about the devil. He just pulled in here. I said, do me a favor. He said, what you need? I said, run by over there to Hereford to the local truck stop there. And I said, pick up 2 airlines. He said, 2 airlines? I said, don't ask no questions. I said, pick them up, come to me. So, a friend in need is a friend indeed. So that's old school trucking right there, buddy. One hand helping another hand.
That's the way it should be.
I tell you, I can't think of a better buddy to have. Old Grump, he's been with me for a good many years now. Me and him went through a lot of times together, good times and everything. And Steve, I'm going to cut this short because he's standing here looking at me. He's saying, you going to run your mouth all night? We're going to fix the damn truck. So I reckon when I got some free labor, I'm thinking I shouldn't go to work.
All right. Well, when you get back rolling down the highway, tell the Grump to check in. He's been a stranger as of late.
I'll give him a good swift kick in the ass, okay?
I'm sure he's got to have some fine, outstanding comments to glorify Joe Biden and how things are going there in D.C.
But now you know that April Fools has been canceled because they ain't no bigger fool than what we've been played for, so they canceled April Fool's Day.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll talk to you later on tonight.
All right. Get that truck fixed.
Inside the truck, jumping up there.
He's going to smack you upside the head. There you go. Do that. Yep. Check in later on. All right. There you go. The old monkey gouger. It's 844-3388. Colton, I see your message. He said, what's my code? Colton, Kyle was here. I've got your phone number here. I meant to pass it on to Kyle, so I'll email this to him. I actually had two guys. Richard, you got a code last night, first-time caller, and Kyle, I got your phone number here, so I apologize. I dropped the ball on that because as soon as I get it to Kyle, they'll get a code out to you tomorrow, okay? So there you go. News break time, after which we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan Wednesday, a package that will cost more than $2 trillion.
It's not a plan that tinkers around the edges. It's a once-in-a-generation investment in America, unlike anything we've seen or done since we built the interstate highway system and the space race decades ago. In fact, it's the largest American jobs investment since World War II.
The plan focuses on transportation infrastructure, water system improvements, school construction, and job training. The package would also raise the corporate tax rate to 28% from 21% to pay for the new spending. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has said he's not likely to support the plan due to the tax increases. This is USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes, no employee headaches, no contracts, no W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, there you go. Underway on a Thursday. April Fools! Anybody hear that Facebook's banned all video and audio of Donald Trump? Opening at April Fools. All right. Morning, everybody. Thank you, Ray. Barry checking in. Good morning, Steve and Company. Clocking in from Columbus, Ohio. Running from Columbus to Mansfield and back 2 times. I'm running the beer shuttle. Yes, I'm the real beer man. Yeah, I know somebody that could take some of that off your hands if you swing by. Stock it up. West Michigan checking in with Crazy Ray. Morning, Ray. Jason says, I need a load to the Bahamas. Yeah, get out of this cold in the east. Ralph says it's snowing in Mount Clemens, Michigan. Of course, Detroit Tigers opening day today. It's tradition. Yeah, it's opening day for, a lot of teams. Today's opening day for the Cincinnati Reds as well. It's going to be a chilly day in Cincinnati. They'll be taking on St. Louis Cardinals, I believe. I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to the preseason stuff, but, when I would hear the updates, Cincinnati wasn't doing too darn good in They were like 6-17 last I heard. It's like, whoa, they ain't winning many games in preseason. I don't know if that matters or not. We'll see. We'll find out later today. Good night from Rochester, New York. Scott says 39 degrees and falling, but right now it's clear and dry. That's going to change there, Scott. Then Bobblenut says, I was talking about the forecast. Apparently, upstate New York, the forecast, he said, for their area is kind of downgraded where they were calling for 5 to 8 inches. They've downgraded that now down to a trace to 2 inches for that area. Not going to need the shovel, I hope. Well, that would be good news there for your area, Bobblenuts. Hello from Sikeston, Missouri. I just bought the 3-pack clean out from Hot Shot for my Cummins motor yesterday. Looking forward to seeing if it works. So you got what? The Stiction Eliminator, the Diesel Extreme, and what was number 3? Did you get some FR3 maybe? Or all righty, good to have all of our listening friends with us. Let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Is this the Super Trucker?
Good morning, Steve.
Hello, Red Mule. I knew that would be you.
The first of your pranksters has struck tonight, Steve.
Oh, boy. Super
I knew
Trucker.
You said you was having problems getting your show prepped, so I thought I'd help you out there a little bit and get your Webb Pierce bumper music up for you.
That just makes our day. Thank you so much, Red Mule.
Hey, Steve, this deal about Biden, I didn't listen to it because my stomach ain't that strong. But I heard him commenting earlier in the day, there must be something, some little tiny sliver in there that must be good because the Chamber of Commerce was upset about that. What was it, the global minimum tax? Did you catch that?
I can't say that I did, no.
Well, apparently, I didn't even know there was such thing as a global minimum tax. Maybe you could look that up and educate us on it a little bit. But apparently, Biden's wanting to raise it up about 10% or something like that, and the Chamber of Commerce is all upset. And so I think there might be some little teeny tiny bit of sliver in there that's good. Hey, Steve, I was going to mention last night, Larry Kudlow had some guy on from the Cato Institute, Chris Edwards, and I guess he wrote a paper somewhere that said, all these guys are talking about all this infrastructure thing. And according to his reporting, only 5% of the infrastructure is actually owned or controlled by the government. Had you heard anything on that?
Boy, that's a low number. I would have thought it was a lot more than that.
Well, the guy's name is Chris Edwards. I didn't bother to look it up. I don't know if you want to or not, but he was saying when you take into account all the phone lines and all the railroads and everything like that, when you take infrastructure as a whole, only 5% of it's owned by the government. Now, they like to act like they got control over it all. And so I don't know. I thought that was an interesting statistic. So, hey, Steve, you heard anything out of Plowboy lately?
I have not heard from Plowboy in the longest of times. I think he did send like a little message via Facebook here a week or so ago. Just said good morning or whatever. But yeah, he doesn't call for whatever reason.
Well, he used to always call me whenever some of Utah's fine congressional delegates, i.e. Mike Lee or your hero, Mitt Romney, would do something stupid. And, he'd try to get me upset, but he couldn't get me upset because usually I agreed with what he had to say. And so when old Mutt fell down and blacked his own eye here a while back, I was expecting to hear from Plowboy, and he never did call me. So I tried to call him. He never did answer, never did call me back. So last time I talked to him a while back, he had been pretty sick, and I don't know if he had COVID or what the deal was on that. I just haven't heard anything out of him. So
I didn't realize that. Didn't know. No, he hasn't called. He hadn't called for probably the last 6 or 8 months, maybe even longer from my previous gig.
Huh. Well, okay, I'll try him again another time. So did you want to hear any more Webb Pierce before I hang up, Steve?
Oh, yeah. I think I've had enough. Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you next week, Steve.
Thank you so much. Oh, Webb Pierce, gotta love it. I guess we could, under the industry headlines, we'll give these first couple of stories, Dumbass of the Week nominees. Which, hey, by the way, didn't Braindead, I think he said he's going to try to get some of those together for tomorrow morning's show. I'll be watching the email. FMCSA has ordered a Nevada-based driver off the road for multiple alcohol violations. Truck driver Julio Pera Ayala declared an imminent hazard to public safety, ordered not to operate a commercial vehicle in a federal order served on the 26th. According to the FMCSA, the out-of-service order was issued after Ayala was arrested by the Nevada Highway Patrol on DUI charges while operating a commercial vehicle twice in less than 2 weeks in the month of March. March the 5th, Ayala was stopped for erratic driving. His blood alcohol content measured .337. Way. Well, hell, for a commercial driver, it's, what is it? Yeah, .2 or .02 or whatever. It's very, very low. Yeah, this guy was stumbling drunk. Less than 2 weeks later, on the 17th, pulled over again. Blood alcohol content measured .282. They also charged him for open containers of alcohol and operating a vehicle with expired registration in both arrests. His truck was impounded both times, and he was arrested. All right, Ayala must successfully complete the statutory required return to duty process overseen by a substance abuse professional before he can return to work as a truck driver. Well, then you've got the Nebraska State Patrol taking to Twitter to chase in a truck driver who they say crashed while intoxicated Tuesday night, March 30th, on I-80 in Dawson County, Nebraska. According to the tweet from the Highway Patrol, pretty sure that's not the freight a Freightliner should be hauling, they posted. Also, that's not parking procedure. Thanks to DCS 0918 for their assistance with this intoxicated truck driver who crashed on I-80 last night. They shared photographs of the crashed semi, photographs of at least 10 Stella Artois and Corona beer bottles from inside the truck. So, DA nominees. Country music icon Wynonna Judd will join several other prominent country artists in a benefit concert to support truckers and their families. It'll be the virtual Highway to Hope benefit concert on Sunday, May the 16th from 6 to 8 p.m., a portion of the proceeds going to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. How about that? Wynonna will headline the concert. Country artists John Schneider, that's our Dukes of Hazzard, right? John Schneider, Billy Dean, Lindsay Lawler, Heath Sanders will make appearances on the show, and hosted by Radio Nemo host Jimmy Mack. Tickets for the virtual concert are available for $20, plus a $2 transaction fee on the St. Christopher Fund website. Those who purchase a ticket in the U.S. will also receive a free CD from the NASTC Grand O Trucking Show, which includes Lindsay Lawler, Nashville singer-songwriters featuring music celebrating the trucking industry. The first ever Highway to Hope benefit concert is anticipated to be a fun virtual event, bringing our industry together at a time when we're very far apart. To raise support for the St. Christopher Fund and our highway heroes with amazing artists that want to give back to the industry. We hope you'll join us for a night of music and celebration, according to the Director of Philanthropy and Development there at the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. That's the 501c3 truck driver charity that helps over-the-road and regional truck drivers and their families due to illness or injury. I guess anything that's occurred within the last year would qualify you to get some assistance from the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. They have raised millions of dollars over the years to help drivers in need. So a couple of stories of interest to share with you. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. That is our number, and this is the Roadmaster. Hey, Roadmaster.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing just fine. April Fools.
Got a comment on the accident down in Carolinas, the Hitman Transport. I used to work for Kendrick Trucking from 90 to 93, which was a nuclear specialist out of Rockwood, Tennessee. When Mr. and Mrs. Kendrick retired, I think Hitman took the freight that they had along with what they had, and then they got a lot bigger. Hitman's a good company. I know some of the boys that work there. They're a top-notch company. All their owner-operators got really good or new equipment, sharp trucks. I don't know what happened in the accident, but they're really a professional outfit. I know that.
Okay.
We were competitors with them, but we were friendly competitors. Back then. So I just wanted to say that. The Hot Shot Secret, I've been using it for the last 2-3 months now. Just like I'm supposed to. I use the everyday additive. I forget what it's called.
Everyday diesel treatment.
Anyway, it's the stuff you're supposed to. Yes, sir. That's it. My truck used to regen every 7 to 10 days. Now it's 2.5 weeks to 3 weeks to regen. Asking for a manual regen on the side of the road. Fuel mileage is up an honest half a mile to gallon, period. No matter how you run it,
wow.
Light or heavy, it's a half a mile a gallon what it was before I started using it. So
good numbers.
Have you got any? Yes, sir. It works good. It does a good job. When are you going to have any Fat Boy shirts in?
What's a Fat Boy shirt? 3X? What are you looking for?
3. I wore that in high school.
Oh boy!
I told you that big moose guy. You had, the little bitty fella compared to me, buddy. I like them loose and stuff. I wear a 4.
Okay.
I used to wear a 5 and 6, but I've lost a bunch of weight.
I know they had sizes up to 4X. I think Kyle said that they used to make a 5X, but I don't think they even make those now, but they had those in. Have you tried to order one? Are they out of stock or?
No, I was just listening to what that guy said, that he said that 3s and extra large and 3s was out of stock, and said probably the 4s was. I haven't called yet, but I'm going to in the morning.
Yeah.
I wear a 4 now, which is loose. I could probably wear a 3, but it'd be tight, and I don't wear like tight shirts to drive in, So.
Yeah, just give them a ring, just check on it, whatever. Yeah, but 4X may be in stock.
Tell me again how. Okay, I'm sorry. Tell me again how the easiest way is to order that. Can I just call somebody, or do I have to go online, or what?
Easiest thing is go online to the overnightdriveradio.com, and then you click on shop. Okay. And like I said, right now the shirts are there. If you wanted to order like a hat and a travel bug, you maybe wait a day or two, because they'll have those up there so you don't have to make like separate orders.
Yeah, I'd like to definitely get a hat and a couple of shirts.
Okay.
And some stickers.
Yep. So yeah, just overnightdriveradio.com, click on shop, and you'll see it there.
All righty. Thank you, buddy.
And if you order the shirts, and they're actually not in stock, that size, they've got more ordered. So, if you can wait until they come in, and then they'll get it to you, kind of like on a back order or whatever, or they can refund your money, whatever you want to do. That was the offer that they gave to Scott. So.
Okay. Do they come in different colors? I've never seen one of them yet.
Right now, they're just kind of a black-gray kind of shirt with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive logo on the front, and then you got the live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on the back side. They're nice-looking shirts.
That's good. I like black. That'll work just fine. 10-4. I'm just trucking along. I'm about 76 miles from Nitro, West Virginia, where I'm going to unload in the morning. So just riding along, listening to you talk.
All right. Well, thank you for being with us there. And have a safe night, Roadmaster. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. OvernightDriveRadio.com. And if you want some Hot Shot Secret apparel, head on over to the Hot Shot Secret website, HotShotSecret.com. They've got a whole variety of apparel there. All right, so the big unveiling this past day. Joe Biden unveiling his $2 trillion spending plan of so-called infrastructure improvements, paid for by an accompanying hike in corporate taxes. As you heard him in the news break at the bottom of the hour, touting it as a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Just weeks after Democrats passed the nearly $2 trillion spending on what was supposed to be a COVID relief bill. But even before his formal remarks on the new plan, it was already being assailed by critics on both sides of the aisle, as well as some business leaders. Those critics taking issue with everything to the plan's scope, to how it would be funded and whether it would deliver job and economic growth like it promises to do. The first phase of the Build Back Better program, which he unveiled at a speech in Pittsburgh. Investments kind of spread out over 8 years. Putting infrastructure at the centerpiece of the economic agenda, calling for the injection of $620 billion for transport, upgrading 20,000 miles of roadway, repairing thousands of bridges, and doubling funding for public transport. The cost would be partly covered by raising corporate tax from 21% to 28%. The new spending offensive comes soon after the U.S. passed a nearly $2 trillion COVID stimulus plan here a few weeks ago, as we know. Biden's speech fired the starting gun on what's expected to be a very bitter battle in Congress, where the Democrats hold that narrowest of margins. It's going to face strong opposition from Republicans. So, of course, the president says this is going to create millions of jobs, good-paying jobs, grow the economy, make us more competitive around the world, and all that good stuff. Well, Republicans say this is way too much money to spend. Guess what? Our old beloved Republican, our representative, Republican, farthest from that, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she said this package needs to be way bigger. Bigger. From the opposite corner, Biden's Republican predecessor, Donald Trump, says the tax hike is going to decimate U.S. manufacturing. He described this legislation as among the largest self-inflicted economic wounds in history. It's going to be horrible. The plan also vows to spark the electric vehicle revolution. We're going to build a network of 500,000 electric vehicle chargers. We're going to replace 50,000 diesel transit vehicles. We're going to accelerate the transition to a green economy, making infrastructure more resilient to climate change. That's what it's all about. All right, so it's going to be. Brad Mule mentioned the Chamber of Commerce. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce backed the infrastructure push, but said Biden's proposal was dangerously misguided over how to fund it. And that's, the biggest part is supposed to be the increase on corporate taxes. I think the chamber is saying that's not going to bode well for the economy. It's going to cost jobs. You're going to see these companies, these manufacturers, some of whom are actually coming back to the United States under Trump, changing plans that they were looking to build new facilities here in the U.S. They may scrap that and opt to build in other countries. Take your pick, somewhere else around the world where they're not going to pay nearly as much in corporate taxes. When President Trump lowered the corporate tax down to 21%. That put us back on pretty much even keel with most of the rest of the developed world. That's why companies making plans, thinking about, okay, we were going to build in Japan, we were going to build in China, whatever. Well, seeing as the tax structure is going to be about, we can build this one over in the United States. Most of the product we're going to build here is going to be shipped there anyway. See, when you raise that corporate tax, they then say, all right, we would actually save money by building the factory in Japan, for instance. And even with the cost of shipping the finished goods to the United States, it's going to cost them less. It's simple economics. Well, simple to some, I suppose, but all right, much more to cover as we make our way here into a Thursday morning. We got a news update coming up momentarily. And then we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Yeah, much more in regards to the southern border crisis. Who's the latest to speak out this past day? That would be Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, who says President Biden has more than a border crisis he will not stop to cop to. So he's not going to admit to, in other words, not going to cop to it. He has insanity unfolding before the world. What's happening right now on the border is called insanity. We have invited any minor or any parent or person purporting to be a parent with a minor to come to our border, and they'll get into our country. And all the smugglers and all the traffickers know that, and everyone throughout Latin America and really the world knows that. Biden's unwinding of President Trump's tough policies on the border is an open invitation. Border Patrol said they've had more than 4 dozen different countries, nationals come to the country and are being admitted into the country. It's very simple how to stop it, to tell the entire world, do not leave your home, do not come to our country, the border is closed. If you come, you're going to be sent home. But they won't do that, as we've been saying, week after week after week. So it's not Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras. He said 4 dozen countries. They're coming from all over the world using the route through Mexico to get into the United States. Back after a news update here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan on Wednesday, a $2.25 trillion proposal that includes provisions for improvements in transportation, water systems, broadband access, and job training. In order to pay for it, the president is also proposing a hike in the corporate tax rate, from 21% up to 28%. But some say that funding the plan with tax hikes will ultimately hurt American workers. Neil Bradley is the executive vice president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and tells Fox News that raising the corporate tax rate will make American companies less competitive and cost the country jobs.
You may be able to pay for this with the massive tax increases that have been proposed, but they're going to make U.S. companies much less competitive. It will make the American tax code less competitive than it was internationally, even during the Obama administration. And all of that means fewer American jobs.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you hear that? That is the sound. No, that is the sound of the wrecker. That is the sound of the tow truck. That is the sound of your car stuck in the snow and the tow truck is on its way. You know what the tow truck is coming for? The tow truck is coming for your wallet. That's what it's coming for. I know. That's what it's coming for. Listen, this is Billy Gerard here, Rockstar Radio. And I have the solution. It is called Track Grabber. TRACGRABBER. Go there, trackgrabber.com. Winter is coming. Do not let this sound be you. Track Grabber, TRACGRABBER. Go there, better get these. They are inexpensive. They will save you a fortune in the long run, and they will save you from getting stuck. Go to trackgrabber.com, log on, get yourself a pair. Get a pair for the family. They're easy to install, and they will get you out of the mud, the snow, the sand. They will save you from the wrecker bills. Oh my goodness. They will pay for themselves the first time you use the trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR saves 25%. That's trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR.
The CDC said Tuesday that COVID-19 was the third leading cause of death in the U.S. in 2020, claiming about 375,000 lives, behind only heart disease and cancer. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said the death rates were higher in minority communities. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University, and he tells CBS News that more needs to be done to address certain health issues in minority communities to help deal with this pandemic and prepare for the next.
This virus really kind of laid bare some of the problems that we have with certain chronic diseases that affect minority populations, such as obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. And I think that this really should be a time to think about how do we make our country more resilient to the next infectious disease emergency or to influenza. And I think that has to do with trying to solve some of these chronic health problems in minority communities, because if we leave this population vulnerable, the next pandemic can come around and cause the same type of problem. I think now is the time that people are really reflecting on how do we do this better the next time.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Former President Donald Trump is commenting on speculation that he may run again in 2024. Tim Berg reports from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
President Trump releasing a statement on Wednesday responding to the White House infrastructure bill, which he said would introduce new taxes, and said it's among the largest self-inflicted economic wounds in history. The former president also sitting down with his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, and was asked if there's hope that the former president will run again in 2024.
You do have hope. That I can tell you. You do have hope. We love our country, this country. We all owe a lot to our country, but now we have to help our country. And we were there. We were so good. What we did with Iran, what we did with China, we were all set to do some great things. And then you see what's going on right now. China treated our representatives last week in Alaska with such tremendous disrespect. They never talked to me that way.
And one day before opening day, the Washington Nationals will be down 5 players after one tested positive for COVID. 4 players and 1 staff member are in quarantine as close contacts of the player that tested positive. But team officials are not releasing the name of the player who tested positive on Monday, the final day of spring training. The Nats will host the New York Mets Thursday night, but opening day will be a little bit louder than it was last season, as 5,000 fans will be welcomed back into Nationals Park. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it. Round number 2, hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. Well, nearly a week after the round of severe weather, collapsed homes, tore apart neighborhoods, claimed the lives of at least 6 people. A dozen tornado paths confirmed across Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi. The survey crews upgrading the intensity of some of the most destructive twisters that had touched down. According to the National Weather Service, there was a total of 1 EF4 tornado, 4 EF3s, 3 each of EF2 and EF1, and then 1 EF0 tornadoes that tore through Alabama and Georgia during that severe weather event on the 25th into the following morning. At least 7 other tornadoes rated from EF0 to EF2 reported across Kentucky, Tennessee, and South Carolina on that same day. So we had a grand total of 19 tornadoes. On March the 29th, 4 of the 11 tornadoes that cut through Alabama were actually upgraded to a higher intensity. So I think it was Wheelchair Dave that pointed that out last evening, that one of those down toward the Alabama-Georgia border was an EF4 tornado. Originally rated at an EF2. The Ohatchee to Wellington tornado claimed the lives of at least 5 people, 3 of which were in the same household there. Alabama, no stranger to the wrath of Mother Nature. This is the time when Alabama will show what we're made of, and that's grit, resiliency, and compassion. We're a state where our neighbors help neighbors. That was proven throughout the tour in Calhoun, Hale, Bibb, and Shelby counties. Across the ladder in that list of counties, the National Weather Service did indeed confirm a long-tracking tornado path after nearly a week of surveying the damage, stretching across about 5 different counties. The path from that storm, from Sawyerville into Hale County, to Centerville in Bibb County, to Columbiana in Shelby County, appearing to have clipped through Perry and Chilton counties as well. The total distance of run is an astounding 80.38 miles over its about 98-minute lifespan, with a track of up to 1.3 miles wide. That was a monster tornado. At the height of the intensity, it was ranked as an EF3, 150 mile per hour winds. The 4th EF3 cut through the West Blockton into Bibb County to North Shelby in Shelby County. The Eagle Point subdivision in the northern area of Shelby County, south of Birmingham, they saw extensive damage, wreckage suggesting winds of 140 miles per hour in that particular area. So it was, yes, the proverbial nightmare from Mother Nature with tornadoes. But in some cases, at the peak of that storm, if you can imagine, 1.3 miles wide, tearing a path of destruction, everything in its path. Okay, let's get back to the calls here this morning at 844-844-3388. I believe Chris would be next. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Doing well. What's going on?
First-time caller. I'm hanging in there. Hey, first-time caller, first-time listener. I'm actually a sponsored racer from Hot Shot Secrets.
Really?
And I was talking to Cal Fisher. Yes, sir. And I was talking to Cal Fisher tonight, and he turned me on to your show. And I said I was going to call in and talk about it a little bit.
Sounds like a plan to me. So, yeah, what are you a straight line racer? Is that what you do, or?
I sure do, buddy. They call me the bracket racing Jesus.
Okay.
I'm a bracket racer. I've been sponsored by Hot Shots for about 3 years now. I run their Adrenaline series in my race car. I also run their Green Diamond in my tow rig. And all their tranny fluid, rear end fluid, EDT, the whole 9 yards.
So you're running a diesel car? Is that what you got? What kind of vehicle you racing?
I'm running a 1963 Chevy Nova.
Really?
No, I run a 434 small block Chevy, puts out about 710 horsepower, and I run their adrenaline race oil in that.
Okay, all right. That's their premium racing oil, top of the line stuff, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And then I run the Green Diamond 1540 in my 2019 Duramax as my tow rig. That is 2019. It's got 83,000 on it on the clock already, and that's all towing miles from going racing.
How about that? So what's on the slate? What's on the agenda? Racing season's just kind of getting underway. I know Kyle was down there at South Georgia Motorsports Park, where they had the Hot Shot Secret pickup truck set the world record for the diesel. Were you down there for that racing or no?
No, sir. I think I was in Florida at the time. I usually race all year long. I usually hit about 20 to 25 different tracks a year. I'm based out of Pittsburgh, PA.
Okay.
But usually in the wintertime, I head south and go race down in the Carolinas and in Florida. I was just down in Bradenton, and I came back. I blew my torque converter up on the first pass on Thursday down in Florida, and we had to rip it down, put a new converter in it in the pits, and it didn't do too good the rest of the weekend, but I got her fixed, and I'm heading to Virginia this weekend.
So over the years, I've known a lot of like the dirt track racers and whatnot. And I know for most of them, it's just more of a kind of a passion or whatever, that it's unless you're one of the really, top notch, top tier drivers, you're not really making money. Is it a passion for you that you just love the racing thing? And it probably cost a lot of money to go from place to place on any given week.
It's always been a passion for me. I've been doing this 23 years. The past, we'll say 4 or 5 years have really paid off for me. So I average between 70 and 100,000 a year in drag racing. That's what I bring home.
Wow, not half bad. That makes it worthwhile.
Yeah, to do something you love, and you're not guaranteed. You have to be a good racer to, especially with bracket racing. If you're familiar with bracket racing at all, it's the hardest form of auto racing that there is. There's a lot of math involved, and the car has to be perfect, It is a very expensive sport. It's probably I can't imagine doing any other sport, but it is a very expensive sport. But once you win a couple big races, I usually don't race for anything under 5,000 to win.
Okay.
So, but once you crack a couple of these races, it pays for your season to, and then everything on top is just pure profit. And then plus with the help of my sponsors like Hot Shot Secret, they take really good care of me. I change my oil like every weekend, every other weekend we'll say, and they send me it and I promote their product. And it's been the best product that I've ever, as far as oil goes. And I'm not just saying this. I was talking to Cal. I'm friends with him. And, I was telling him the other day, I said, even if you guys didn't sponsor me, I would still run this stuff. It's the best oil I've ever ran. I had an engine that was, it had a bad block casting and it was starving for oil on the top end for a whole season. And I ran it and knowing that I had an oil pressure issue. And I'm telling you, the Hot Shot oil is what saved that motor. It still never blew up. And I was barely getting anything to the top end of that engine.
Wow.
And, it was basically what I pour into the engine is what got lubricated, and I was being cheap and I didn't want to replace it unless I really had to, but we ended up putting we rebuilt the car over this winter and she's good to go now. But yeah, I don't think it would have lasted with anybody else's oil, to be honest with you.
Okay. Can you? I've heard of when you say bracket racing. Give me and our listeners a little understanding what that's all about.
Okay, so you have an elapsed time. So what they do is they give you one time trial. So what you do is you go take a time trial and say your car runs 6:20, okay, in the 8th mile. We run all 8th mile. So say it runs 6:20 and you have to put a dial in on your window. We'll say you put 6:20 on your window, okay? Now you have to race the other guy. Now, if he's slower, if he runs 7:20, he gets to leave first. You have to catch him. You cannot beat your predicted time on the window, but you have to beat him across the line. In theory, if you left at the same time, okay, which never happens, if you left at the same time, and you would run your identical number that you have on your window, it would be a tie. But it never happens that way. So you have to have a really good car and you have to know how to drive. It's very hard to explain it. The best thing would be to do is like Google some bracket racing.
Yeah. So if you run if on your trial run, are you trying to run your best time? And then after that, you don't want to beat that time. So you're not really trying to get a 6:05 the next run. You can't beat the 6:20.
That is correct. If you beat the 6:20, you lose.
That sounds very difficult. That's got to be tough.
It is. It's very, very difficult. But I love it. It's all I know, and I've been doing it for a long time. And with anything in time, you get better at it, and you try to master it. You never master this sport, but you sure try. It's tough, but it's fun, and there ain't nothing like it. And getting to travel the country, going to these different tracks and racing for big money, it's amazing. Living a dream, my friend.
So, like for your racing, who covers that? I got a subscription to Flow Racing when Kyle was down there at the South Georgia Motorsports Park. I've been watching a lot of dirt track racing and whatnot on that, but they've got the straight line stuff. Does anybody cover that? Can you catch any of this stuff live anywhere?
Motor Mania TV usually covers it.
Motor Mania
on these big money races. Yeah, Motor Mania, they're the best. If you like flow racing, you would love Motor Mania.
Okay, I'll check that out.
And I'm not trying to do a commercial for them, but I'm telling you, their coverage is amazing. And it puts people like me on the map, that somebody's probably never heard of me before. And, and you're watching Motor Mania and you're seeing my car go round after round. And, that's how I get my sponsors, actually.
That's pretty cool. All right. So where's the next slated event at?
Virginia, Colonial Beach. It's called Custom Tees Motorsports Park. They're paying $5,000 on Saturday and $2,000 on Sunday.
So that's coming up this weekend then?
That's this weekend. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then after that, I'm going back to Bradenton, Florida. So we put a lot of miles on, and there's a lot of dedication.
No doubt. Yeah. It sounds like good times, huh? Well, that's pretty cool. So I can. What's the number of your car? What am I looking for if I tune into Motor Mania or whatever?
So they usually announce my name as Chris Mancini. My car number is 7X20, and it is one of the most beautiful 63 Novas you'll ever see. It's black on the top. It's burgundy on the bottom with a silver stripe. If anybody listening wants to follow me on Facebook, they can. Just Chris Mancini. I'm almost full on there. You could see, we do a lot of videos and stuff like that. And it's pretty cool, man.
Okay.
But yeah, if you ever want to watch it and you feel like it, you'll see me on there. I'm usually at every big money race that there is.
Awesome. That's pretty cool. Well, that was kind of a surprise visit from one of our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored drivers tonight. I'm glad you called in, Chris. That's neat.
Thanks for taking my call, bud. Yeah, Kyle was telling me the show's pretty cool. I was listening to it. I like it, man. You got a good voice, and I like what you're going here. I like the politics you're talking about, everything. I'm going to start listening to it from now on. I'm usually up late.
All right. Well, tell your fellow drivers about it, and thank you so much for dialing us up.
Thank you. I appreciate your time taking my call.
All right. Have a great night.
Yeah.
Good luck this weekend. They're in Virginia. Chris Mancini. All right, so I'm going to go over to Facebook and see if I can't find him on there. Check out that 63 Nova Hot Rod. Let's see here. I bet that's the one. I bet that's it. Old Chris Mancini on the tube this morning. All right, I'm going to look at that. 23 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Let me jump right down. I'm going to get to the Sex Maniac first here. What's going on, Sex Maniac?
Hey, what's up, Steve?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, I listened to him talk about that bracket racer. That is very hard. He could run anywhere between 10 to 20 people that day of racing there, but no, I was calling I thought Monkey Gotcher was going to pull a joke on you or something. I was waiting for him to give me that punchline, but he never did. So all I just want to tell you is 44 years out here trailer trucking, and this ain't no April Fool's joke. I turned 67 today, and I'm just up here trucking up and down I-65 like I do every night.
Well, happy birthday.
Get in there real quick before somebody fooled the joke later on, because I figure one of them's going to call in and it's up there. But,
of course.
Hey, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, of course, Red Mule tried to get me with that damn Webb Pierce music, Yeah, you've got to be a long-time listener to know that I was just never a fan of Webb Pierce, and they would call in and have my producer play some Webb Pierce music like as a bumper music on me and whatnot, just to get under my skin.
Oh yeah, I heard it a while ago. It was kind of loud when it first come on there. I about blew my eardrum out there, but yeah. I just figured I'd give you a holler real quick, tell you have a good weekend, and I'm just going to sit back and listen to the best show out here in the world.
All righty. Well, thank you for checking in this morning. Thanks for being a listener. Be safe, and happy birthday, all right? Been out there 44 years. Well, you've seen a lot of changes in your time out there over the road, haven't you? What else we going to touch on here? Like I said, I keep reaching over looking for what I was going to talk about next, but it's on the computer screen. thanks to my printer error. Let me see here. I think we already touched on that one in regards to truck parking is a big issue here as we roll toward our bottom of the hour news break. New reports regarding local truck parking, too numerous to report on individually. That's why the folks at Landline Magazine and OOIDA kind of on a monthly basis do an edition of the parking zone, they call it, the parking zone. What's going on in truck parking issues around the country? Starting off with Love's, a new location moving forward. The saga of a truck stop at Moses Lake, Washington continues. They talked about this one last month. Residents continue to oppose the new Love's travel stop. In the month of March, Love's proceeded with their plans. According to the Columbia Basin Herald, Love's submitted their building plans to the city, which are under review right now. No construction date's been set. Once completed, though, the new stop will be located off I-90 Pritchard Road in Moses Lake. And there should be plenty of truck parking there. Next headline, four-wheelers getting a dose of truck parking woes. It's kind of loosely related to truck parking, but something truckers may find entertaining. In South Lake Tahoe, California, non-commercial motorists are finding out what it's like to not find an ideal parking space. The Highway Patrol appears to be having issues with motorists stopping on the side road to enjoy the beautiful landscape, mostly on US 50 and State Route 89. Cars and RVs parking on stretches of the highway where there are no parking signs prominently displayed. Right now, the fine is $30 to $50, which many apparently are willing to pay for the prime spot. Just like the cost of doing business. On the Nevada side of things, parking in a no parking zone will cost you $305, while parking over the fog line comes with more than a $500 citation. So the California Highway Patrol is now looking for Caltrans to maybe raise their fines. They don't want you parking there. How about California, Northern California? A new truck stop coming. Maverick will have a new truck stop in Oroville, California this summer, north of Sacramento on Highway 70. This will be Maverick's first location in California. The Salt Lake City-based company expects to complete the project in July. Don't know exactly how many truck parking spaces will be available. Some residents, of course, not pleased. In a letter to the Mercury Register, one resident claims the city snuck this project through since she does not recall any public notices or discussions. Well, a quick search of the city's website reveals several documents available to the public. One from February of 2020 shows the new truck stop at the west corner of Oroville Dam Boulevard and blah, blah, blah. It'll be about 6,000 square feet, 10 fuel dispensers, a cat scale. No specifics on truck parking there either. And real quick, like time for maybe one more before a news break. Ohio town soon to be home to a new truck stop. Austintown, Ohio, near I-80. According to the Tribune Chronicle, the project's estimated to cost $1.75 million. New truck stop located on North Canfield Niles Road, State Route 46, not too far off the interstate. It appears there will be truck parking, not clear how many spots will be available there. That stop's supposed to be opened about the end of June, they tell us. All right, we'll get a news break and back to your calls Thursday morning. April Fools. Look out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. Border Patrol is expecting to encounter more than 1 million migrants in 2021, according to officials. While many are adults who are turned away due to health protections in place for the pandemic, a large number of unaccompanied children continue to overwhelm resources on the border. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says that's why the Biden administration should not do away with Title 42, the policy that allows border agents to block migrant entry on public health grounds. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that if Title 42 were to be lifted, the southern border would be completely overwhelmed.
There are tens of thousands of families on the Mexican side of the border. If this administration does away with Title 42 for families, what we're going to see is tens of thousands of families try to come into the United States overnight. That's what I'm hearing on the ground from Border Patrol agents and professionals.
This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, we'll jump right back into it here. And right back to your calls we go. Would that be the Grump? He actually picked up the phone to give us a ring. Hello,
up,
Grump. What's going on?
Steve, how you doing, man?
Doing well. You're out there with Monkey Gouger. Oh, boy. Good company, huh?
Yeah. I got to keep him out of trouble once in a while. That's an all-day deal. You know how he is. But, we got to put him in a timeout chair once in a while.
Did you get his truck fixed for him?
Yeah, you been checking out my shirts I've been wearing, huh?
No, you got your overnight drive. I haven't seen that. You posted on Facebook?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You're not wearing an overnight drive. You're wearing the piss on Biden shirt.
Yeah, I need to get one of them overnight drive shirts, man. I got to get them ordered here.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, but I saw that shirt. So
a couple of them orders.
You said so. Yeah, a couple of what women tried to call you out about it or something. What the one woman say?
Yeah. She was she was bitching. She said it was very offensive.
Yeah.
Very offensive. And I said, yeah, your big ass is offensive. She's weighed about 400 pounds. She just, I don't know. She was just one of them people that just invent something to bitch about. But for the most part, people's, been, even the Biden supporters will look at them and laugh. They just, they just know it's just, just kind of, just nothing more than political satire.
Sure.
And, I'm no fan of Biden by any means, but, I've seen some crazy Trump shirts and things like that I thought was funny. They were, not Trump supporters, but, hell, people's got to laugh once in a while, I've got a couple of Kamala ones that's really going to burn some people's ass.
Oh, boy.
They're going to get a little upset about that, but I don't care. I got one more Biden one I'm going to wear tomorrow, probably. But, it's, I've never seen a guy hit the ground like this idiot has. I mean, he's done his level best to destroy. I don't know if it's him or others. It's been this, it's just been this never-ending ride of craziness since he came on. And the more we look at what's going on, I'm kind of pissed off at the unions right now because they're. Did you hear that little? I guess his stimulus that he wants for infrastructure. It's $2.5 trillion, and it's 25 pages long or 24 pages long, and he mentioned unions 25 times, and I think union members has had enough of him already, but the union leadership seems to be all in for Joe Biden. I don't know why. When we step out and we look at 1973, the private workforce, the private sector unions were making up 63% of the total workforce. And today, if you look at it, they make up less than 6%. And that's, I'm not bashing on the union membership or the union members. I got a lot of good friends that are union members, and that's cool. They can do whatever they want to do. But why in the hell do they allow the union leadership to keep putting their money on the wrong horse is beyond me. I mean, it's when you support people like the Democratic Party right now, when you look at Joe Biden and you look at how he has done nothing for the unions in 47 years, except run them down. I mean, people think that, when Ronald Reagan, when he signed, he didn't sign the deregulation bill. That was Jimmy Carter. But everybody blames Reagan for it because it was designed to come into effect 2 years after, Reagan come into play. Ted Kennedy wrote that bill. And it was designed, in Ted Kennedy's own words, was to bust up the unions. He said the unions were getting too powerful. And that's exactly what it did. Deregulation brought in so many, especially in this industry, especially in the trucking industry. At one time we had 58,000 trucking companies. That was it. And by deregulation, within 5 years after deregulation, we had 500,000 trucking companies. That was anybody that could get a DOT number or get they got it. And today, we're paying the price for all that. I mean, look at the rates and look at how easy it is for brokers to start up. And, I know there's been some people that has raised hell and wanting brokers to have higher insurance and, they want to know exactly what the rates are and things like that. But they're not saying a damn thing about the freight agents out here that works directly for shippers. That is, they are cutting the rates to beat the band just to align their pockets. And, I know there's going to be some blowback on that. And, oh, hell no, that don't happen. The hell it don't. I've dealt with both of them, brokers and freight agents, and at least the brokers, they're, they don't put as much on the load boards what people think they do. They got their customers that they're calling, their trucking companies that they're calling, saying, hey, we got X number of loads. And that's the good reputable brokers. But when you get some of these fly-by-night outfits, that there needs to be more to do away with them. And you're not going to see it from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Here these idiots are. They come in, just swooping in, going to change every damn thing. If Trump had his name on it, they don't want theirs on it. Let's get rid of it. Regardless of how good it was.
Yep.
The best thing that happened in this country, and we've been fighting about this border for how many years now? Every damn president comes in and says, we need comprehensive immigration reform. You know, the only person that ever did a damn thing about immigration was Donald Trump. You know, people can say what they will with him, but that was a bold move to step on Mexico's toes enough to say, I want 25,000 troops, you know, or we're going to start imposing some tariffs on you. So they did it. They put 25,000 troops on the border. They kept the migrants. I mean, the flow got down to nearly nothing. And they kept them in Mexico, and they could apply for asylum, and they sorted it out there. And, and the ones that could get it, you know, well, hell, they got a court date. The ones that couldn't, they got their ass sent home. And it's, you know, we're looking right now at the worst migration process, process that's going on. I mean, you know, everything that they bitched about Donald Trump, look what they're doing. You know, and Ted Cruz went down there to the border. You know, he went down to Donna, Texas, and he took the videos. And you know, there was a Democrat that released him earlier. I can't remember his name, but he was a representative from Texas. He released some of the footage earlier. And you know, we're looking at this, and Kamala Harris, you know, back in 2019 was down there running her mouth about how horrible Donald Trump was, and they're doing it 10 times worse. It's, I would say before it's over, they're going to re-implement Trump's policy. They're going to have to, because the American people are fed up with it. And these morons that are in office right now, mark my word, they're going to be out on their ass well, they ain't. They got their 4 years coming. But I would venture to say that Kamala Harris, if she's holding her breath to ever be president, it's never going to happen. You know, even if Joe Biden resigned for some odd reason, right now he is the puppet that the Democrat Party loves. Every damn thing that they want on their little wish list of stupidity, all they got to do is hand it over to Joe Biden and he'll sign it into law if it's passed. Yep. And it's, you know, this filibuster. Now look at this. You know, how stupid is that? They've used it more than any other party, but yet they're complaining about it now because they're getting a little blowback on some of the crap that they want. You know, that requires 60 votes. If they're that damn good, they would have had 60 votes. You know, that's one reason why they got the health care passed under Obama. They had 60 votes. They had 60 Democrat senators. Actually, they had 59 and one independent that voted for the Democrat. So here these idiots are. They're coming up, well, let's get rid of the filibuster. All right. You want it to bite you in the ass? Go ahead and get rid of it. Because I guarantee you that the American people, it happens every damn time during the midterms. They have a flip on it. They get sick of the party in power. So what do? They go ahead and vote in somebody else. And if the Republicans get in there, that's the last damn thing that they will be able to sign. The Democrats will be able to sign is that law before the Republicans take over. Because Mitch McConnell, if he takes over the Senate again, will not let a damn Democrat bill go through. And they ought to be smart enough to know that. But you know, I don't know, man. This has been a political season like I've never seen in my life. Yeah. And you always hope that this country will survive. You know, I mean, the president in power. You think, you know, he really doesn't have all that much power. I mean, he can sign laws, and you know, he's commander in chief and all that. But it's the Congress and the Senate that puts this crap forward. You just hope that we have somebody in there smart enough that can you know, build off this country and not tear it down. But we got the dumbest damn human beings in God's ever created. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff. My God, what rocks do you have to crawl under to find vermin like that? You know, I mean, they've been in there so damn long right now, they need to go. And it's a shame that they can just put their name on a napkin and get voted into office without ever having to run or spend a damn dollar, but yet they've got millions and millions and millions of dollars in their campaign war chest. You know, I don't know. But it's upsetting. It really is. And you know, now we got this goofball that's in charge of the Transportation Committee, or in charge, Secretary of Transportation, Buttigieg. Isn't he a prince? I mean, that moron. He does good to tie his damn shoes. I heard him on there the other day. You know, well, we need a mileage tax, and then truck drivers is raising hell about that. Maybe we don't need a mileage tax. You know, I don't know. It's crazy. I think Gouger's on here too. You still on here, Jimmy?
Oh yeah. I was. You were on a roll, and I was just enjoying listening.
Well, step in there, buddy.
Hey, Steve. Richard Petty would have been proud of us tonight. We had them hoses off and back on the truck in 15 minutes.
All right.
We were rolling down the road.
Yep. Thanks to his supervision.
I told you I had good help.
Yeah.
Now, while you were doing it, Grump, was he telling you how to do it?
He was. Turn it like this. No. Nah, he's pretty good. He usually just stands back, lets me bust all my knuckles and stuff like that, and then, you know, don't say a hell of a lot. We've got this little motto, me and him. We'll either fix it or we'll tear it up so damn bad it can't be fixed. So that's how we roll, man. Right there. But everything been all right in Steve's world?
Playing radio, plugging along. Yeah, doing all right. I can't complain. Just the political world, like what you were just talking about, makes you want to pull your hair out, though. It just makes you sick.
It does. And it's, you know, you wonder sometimes if we'll ever just get back to the basics of this country, you know, where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness was once, you know, something that stood for something. Now it's not. You know, it's let's let in 1 million migrants. You know, they don't give a rat's ass whether they ever become citizens or not. All they want to do is stuff them into these municipalities so that the Democrats can have a better shot at putting more congressional seats in Congress. And that's all it is. You know, they count them during the census. You know, hey, you know, you grew by, you know, how'd you grow by 100,000? Let's put 2 more congressmen over there. And that's just more power for them. You know, it's, I don't know. I hope and I pray that one of these days that everybody's going to wake up and they're going to realize, you know, that you know, this country's probably the only one that's left that honestly can, you know, that still stands for something. I mean, you know, who in the hell does people call when they need something fixed? You know, when they got some dictator, you know, shooting up the place, they call us. You know, it's like, damn, let's get a hold of the Americans. They'll come over here and fix this. Well, you know, I've been in these weird places, Steve. I've been all over the world, man, you know, in the military. And there was a time when you could walk down the streets and stuff like that, and people would, you know, in foreign countries would walk up to you and thank you for being there. And now it's like, no, hell no. You know, let's just, you know, here's the Americans. You know, they're just here to kill somebody. You know, there's a few places still left that does have respect for the military. But it would suit the hell out of me if it just pulled the plug on it. So listen, why don't all y'all take care of your damn self for a while? You know, why are we sending $700 billion in foreign aid out? You know, why are we paying $600 billion a year for, you know, all the garbage that's going on with this border stuff? You know, how much was the wall costing? It wasn't costing nothing compared to what we're having to pay now for all these migrants coming across.
And the cost of these that are coming in right now, this is going to be, I mean, for how many years? It's not, you know, they say they're going to come in, but they're going to be looking for a job. Yeah, they're going to be competing for jobs with those American citizens, yeah, that maybe don't have the high school education. They didn't graduate. We're going to be paying for this for years and years, and the numbers are just astronomical. Get those numbers from the website Numbers USA. You can go to the Federation for American Immigration Reform and see just how much it is costing us every single year. And when the numbers start going up like they are now, it's astronomical. Let me get back to a little bit more of what Senator Cotton had to say this past day, because he pretty much laid it on the line. After he said that we've had illegals from 4 different countries crossing the border. He said, the first plane load of migrants that gets sent back to Guatemala or Honduras or El Salvador, that'll send the message, and that'll mean the migrants don't come. But Joe Biden's not willing to do that. He needlessly and mindlessly reversed the very effective policies of the Trump administration that had basically closed the border. Just because he wanted to be different than Donald Trump. And you see the crisis that we have on our hands now. Biden has caved to the ideological elements of the woke, the leftist mob that called for open borders. You know, and as Grump said, go back to the archives. Look at Kamala Harris when she was out there on the campaign trail. Yeah, we're going back when she was actually in the mix wanting to be president. She's down along the border saying one of the first things she's going to do is pretty much open the border. And now she's the one that's been put in charge of getting a handle on this, of getting things shut down. Yeah, many on the left just do not believe in borders. They don't believe it's right or moral to have a border or enforce a border. They also want to reward all the corporate sponsors and the corporate donors, since so much of America, corporate America, has now gone hard left. They've thrown in with the woke Democrats and the cheap labor. They're going to flood the markets with these migrants who get a notice to appear in court. That gives them legal status to work. They're going to go into the black market and work without legal status. That's going to hurt wages for the working class American. We touched on last evening that San Diego schools are open for in-person learning to teach migrant children English, but they're still closed to the tax-paying Americans. That kind of sums up this insanity. Borders are open, schools are closed. Teachers are teaching illegal aliens while American kids can't get into the classroom. It should be just the opposite. We need to open the schools and close the damn border. Once again, it's very simple. If you announce to the world not only that the border is closed, but then you take action to actually return migrants to their home country or tell them to stay in Mexico and wait for their asylum claims to be adjudicated. Claims that are usually bogus claims, I might add, then they'll stop coming. It's that simple. That's what we saw with the last administration. We need to do it again. Like Trump just said, the only way to get a handle on this is to re-implement, reinstitute Donald Trump's border policies. But I think it'll be a cold day in hell before the Democrats would ever resort to going back to anything. Again, anything that has Trump labeled to it, they're not going there. All right, back to the calls here. Chevy Guy, what's happening this morning?
Oh, my goodness. Being on hold, it's amazing. Yeah, it was exciting to hear that bracket racer talking. I'm glad he got a hold of you, and I'll be looking forward for you putting out pictures of his car. We need to try to support the people that Hot Shot Secret supports and build this thing. That was amazing listening to him talk about his style of racing, and it's just wonderful to hear a man talk about a good old American steel out there racing, from the 60s. That was so cool. You turn on... Oh, by the way, about the infrastructure that Biden wants to push, that's all trying to butter the bread on the unions. It'd have been a whole lot more less expensive if he had left the oil pipeline and the oil industry alone, because to build this stuff, and we're going to need cheap fuel, or it's just going to cost a whole lot more to get it done. So, hey, Republicans, Democrats, we should have been working on these roads and these bridges a long time ago. So I'm just, boom. Turn the TV on, get my cup of coffee. Of course, George Floyd and that Kyle Rittenhouse on court TV, and I'm just so upset because, I'm sorry, it's getting down to where you're going to go to jail if you try to defend your neighbor's property, it's they're going to try to say, they killed this guy, Rittenhouse killed this guy. Well, excuse me, he only shot people that had a firearm aiming at him. And the cops treated him a little better because he wasn't a threat. But the bottom line is, law enforcement let that city down, and so I'm getting aggravated. Heck with all this. So I turn the TV over to some fluff somewhere, and I pull out my Facebook, bring it up, and doggone, Power Nation TV saying more lawmakers are promoting hitting protesters. I'm thinking, dang gum! I said, they ain't hitting protesters. They're hitting rioters, and they're most of them are trying to get through. And, buddy, I'm telling you, law enforcement screwed up there. If they're protesting in the street, they ain't supposed to be in the first place. But if there's a protest in the street, there shouldn't be any cars coming down through there. They should block that street off right away. And it's just plain and simple. There shouldn't be any cars coming through there. But they're coming through there. I'm sorry, you don't start beating up, denting up another person's property. I don't even like the car I bought. I had to have a car for Monday morning to get my wife to the doctor. My truck went down, so I called the Chevy dealership. No, there's nobody working there Saturday. Called the Ford dealership. He said, "Yeah, I'll bring you one." And I've got it in my, I've got it. So, but dadgum, I'm paying for it. I don't want somebody busting up the windshield, kicking it, because I go to work every day, and I'm part of my blood sweat goes into that stupid little thing, and it ain't going nowhere because I'm buying it. It's mine, and I was listening to a story where, rioters, not protesters, guy run in there. I don't know, he was foolish to do it, but he was trying to push his way through. They were busting up his vehicle, smashing, cops sitting right there watching it all. Mm-hmm. And I guess until the man finally popped out and had a rifle, all of a sudden, boom, the blue lights come on and they chase down and arrest the man that was in fear of his life and in fear of his property. And but we're screwing ourselves up because, I'm sorry, law enforcement's getting afraid to do anything anymore. We're putting the pressure on them. So it was all that crap going on. It was good to hear about bracket racing, and there's a real thing. There's some good things out here that we can get into, get away from this insanity of the politics. And Biden. I'm telling you, okay, Biden let out something when one of the news media asked him, "Are you going to run in 4 years?"
Right.
Biden looked at him and said, "I don't even know if there will be a Republican Party.
Yep.
You got to listen to what the man's saying. That's why they're coming down so hard on Trump and conservatives. They're trying to totally destroy their competition, but I'm telling you it won't work because those conservatives will become Democrats, and the Democrats will have a conservative wing and a liberal wing, and the battle will go on. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip. How about it?"
All righty. That closes things out for hour number 2. Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Good call. Hey, don't forget, this is last day to get registered for this week's giveaway. We'll be announcing the winner. Hell, that's less than 24 hours away. Our Pluto Duo Hotshot Secret packages. We'll break it down for you. First of all, again, news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. Border Patrol is expecting to encounter more than 1 million migrants in 2021, according to officials. While many are adults who are turned away due to health protections in place for the pandemic, a large number of unaccompanied children continue to overwhelm resources on the border. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says that's why the Biden administration should not do away with Title 42, the policy that allows border agents to block migrant entry on public health grounds. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that if Title 42 were to be lifted, the southern border would be completely overwhelmed.
There are tens of thousands of families on the Mexican side of the border. If this administration does away with Title 42 for families, what we're going to see is tens of thousands of families try to come into the United States overnight. That's what I'm hearing on the ground from Border Patrol agents and professionals.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The Wisconsin Supreme Court struck down Governor Tony Everett's mask mandate on Wednesday, saying that he overstepped his authority when he issued an extension of the order after the state legislature had voted to repeal the original one. Wisconsin joins a number of other states who have pulled back on their public health efforts against COVID-19 in recent weeks, something Dr. Anthony Fauci says will delay our recovery from the virus. The White House's chief medical advisor tells CNN that with accelerating vaccination rates, we just need to hold on a little bit longer to achieve the needed protection against the virus.
Every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to a greater degree of protection. So now is just not the time to pull back and declare premature victory. It's just not the time. Hang in there a bit longer. We're going to get through this. As more people get vaccinated, there's going to be a greater umbrella of protection over society. That's why we're saying over and over again, just hang on, continue to do the public health measures, and then we could pull back later when we get a greater degree of protection from the vaccines.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Former President Donald Trump is commenting on speculation that he may run again in 2024. Tim Berg reports from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
President Trump releasing a statement on Wednesday responding to the White House infrastructure bill, which he said would introduce new taxes and said it's among the largest self-inflicted economic wounds in history. The former president also sitting down with his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, and was asked if there's hope that the former president will run again in 2024.
You do have hope. That I can tell you. You do have hope. We love our country, this country. We all owe a lot to our country, but now we have to help our country. And we were there. We were so good. What we did with Iran, what we did with China, we were all set to do some great things. And then you see what's going on right now. China treated our representatives last week with such, in Alaska, with such tremendous disrespect. They never talked to me that way.
And just hours before the beginning of the 2021 Major League Baseball season, the New York Mets have locked up their all-star shortstop. According to ESPN, Francisco Lindor and the Mets have agreed to a 10-year, $341 million deal, ending a tense contract negotiation. The contract is the third largest in MLB history, behind Mookie Betts' $365 million deal with the Dodgers and Mike Trout's $426 million contract with the Angels. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, to jump right back into it here. Let me see, I had a couple from the email bag. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Actually, Spaceman chimed in. I was talking about the dumbass of the week. Couple of top stories here. The one guy that was caught drunk driving had a .336. He said, I bet that with that blood alcohol content level, you could probably perform surgery on him and he wouldn't even feel it. I mean, like .40 is dead. That's what I was thinking. And someone else said because the story said the guy's got to go through the whole protocol or whatever, through a drug counselor or whatever, treatment program and whatnot before he can drive truck again. He said, I thought 2 DUIs and your CDL is gone forever. And that, I thought that was the case. Yeah, that does kind of ring a bell. Once you get, especially 2 DUIs in a commercial vehicle, no less. But even if I thought the case was if you get DUIs when you're even in your private car on the weekends or whatever, not driving the truck, but your personal vehicle, that counts against your CDL. That was my understanding. Meanwhile, every spring and fall, here we are, springtime, billions of birds migrate through the skies over the country, mostly during the nighttime hours. Increasingly, the birds making this mass migration are forced to deal with what they call light pollution, the threat of light pollution from the big cities. Philadelphia has become the latest city to commit to turning out the lights during the peak migration periods during the spring and fall. A huge amount of bird movement happens at night. Andrew Farnsworth, Senior Research Associate at the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, studying the weather radar for years. He said birds travel at night because they use constellations to guide their travels. I had no idea. But artificial lights from the tall city buildings can disorient the birds and cause them to collide with the buildings and the windows. Light attracts migrating birds and can cause any number of disruptions to their flight, confuse their navigation system, causing them to circle buildings repeatedly. And that can lead the birds ultimately to exhausting themselves, making them vulnerable to collisions with the buildings and the windows. Birds will often think they can fly through or into any buildings, especially with those large areas of transparent glass. The attractive lighting, the plantings, the fountains. Birds will fly toward images of trees, plants, or sky that they see in the reflective glass surfaces of buildings. I can vouch for that because the previous building I worked in was one of those big glass buildings, and you could go out there on any given day. You could tell if it was a sunny day, especially because you'd have there were a number of trees on the other side of the road. These birds would be flying toward. They'd see the trees reflected in the mirror type image off the building. They'd slam right into the side of the building. An estimated 365 to maybe more than 900 million birds die colliding with buildings every year. That's an incredible amount of birds. Yeah, migratory birds are a critical part of the balance of nature that affects the entire ecosystem. Plants and animals above and below them on the food chain depend on the birds for survival. Birds pollinate plants, disperse seeds, control insects and other pests. Many of the world's bird populations are in serious decline, they say. Increased threats, loss of habitat hazards of man-made structures, air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution. I don't know, last I checked, I thought a lot of birds, incredible amount of birds, slam into those windmills. Yeah, that's the trade-off, though. Yeah, we got to have our green energy. That's a fact, though. Yeah, birds colliding with the windmills happens all the time. All right, but yeah, I mentioned our hotshot secret Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo giveaway. We'll be pulling a winner's name later on today, or actually 3 winners. Top prize, of course, is the brand new Pluto Duo bundle headset. Premium sound quality using Stellar Electronics noise armor technology, 99% noise reduction, 32 hours of talk time. You connect the Duo, you get full stereo conversation, and the Duo acts as a battery bank, extending your talk time up to 60 hours. Pluto Duo bundle, a $200 value. And, of course, thanks to Hotshot Secret, I got a second prize winner. You get your semi-prevention pack, the big rig pack of 64-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. Just what you need to clean out and protect both the oil and fuel systems on your rig. That's a $120 value. Third place is the Semi-Performance Pack. That would feature a 64-ounce bottle of FR3 friction reducer and a 32-ounce everyday diesel treatment, $78 value. Just click over to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. You'll enter your email address. And this is week number 2 of another 4-week giveaway. We'll have 2 more weeks after tonight's winners are announced. I try to do that right after the 1 o'clock news, 1 a.m. All right, the last day to get registered. Back to the phones. And next up, I'm not sure exactly who it is. Temper Trap is what it says. Who we got on the line?
Yeah. This is big, Steve. I'm going to have to figure out your system. I don't know. It always mangles what I said, so it must, the computer and me must not communicate very well. But anyway, what I was calling about was primarily the Biden infrastructure plan. And I was just noticing that the Shanghai stock market index went up with the passage of Biden's infrastructure plan. So China's obviously planning to make some money out of that. And what I was thinking about was you were talking about regens, and I think Red Mule was talking about he was going to never buy another Peterbilt or anything of that nature. But I used to I worked for one company that did a lot of hauling for Caterpillar, and it was back during the strike when they had years ago. Most people probably forgot about it. And Caterpillar contracted out a lot of work to machine shops, turbo producers, and everything else, because there in Peoria, Illinois, they were all on strike. And the stuff that I could tell you about the quality that they were getting there, it was amazing. And then when they switched over to the new style of Peterbilts, they went from the 377 to 387, and then they came out with another long nose. Anyway, they got a lot of cheap electronic circuits, and all the stuff and everything anymore. If your electronic circuitry isn't working right, nothing is going to work right. And that's when you were talking about, like with the regens and everything. I know on the Freightliner, on that particular filter down there, that sensor had a terrible habit of getting frayed. And when it would get frayed and you would go down the road, it wouldn't automatically regen. And that's when you get into that deal. You'd have to pull off to the side of the road or find a spot to park and do the manual regen. So I did hear you the other night talking about an individual that had something that would you could force the factory regen. So I don't know if that's what he was talking about, that whenever, because most of them have a little thing on the dash, a little flash yellow or something, let you know that it needs to regen, and you have to start looking for a place to pull over. I don't know if that's what they were talking about, that they could force it to do the regen while you were driving.
Mm-hmm.
But I know definitely on the Freightliners, that little sensor that they have down there on that particular filter, it will get frayed. I don't know before it gets so hot or whatever. And once it gets frayed, then you're stuck with doing manual regens. But anyway, back to when you were talking about the infrastructure plan, and I heard Red Mule talking about how so much of it isn't really owned by the government, like your pipelines and your telephone lines and everything. That is true, but unfortunately, it takes the government with eminent domain to approve a lot of those projects and everything. And that's where the government, I guess, Biden might have been talking about. But when he canceled like the pipeline projects and stuff on the oil and all that, and supposedly on environmental concerns, the Keystone Pipeline would have been a lot of that would have been carrying that tar sands oil down to New Orleans, to where some of the refineries down there can process that heavy type of oil, and that can be used for certain products. Also, a lot of those refineries were importing oil from Venezuela, and then we embargoed Venezuela. So I don't know if there's a little connection there or not, to where that they're hoping we can go back to processing Venezuelan oil or not, but it just, like you said, anything that had anything to do with Trump, they're bound determined they're going to kill that program. And a lot of this infrastructure would have been built with or without, the big plan. And how many times have we talked about the way they've rated the Highway Trust Fund for different projects that didn't have anything to do with building roads or bridges? We build bike trails and I don't know what all was that Highway Trust Fund money. So, but now they claim they're going to need more money for the highway, not for the Highway Trust Fund, but his infrastructure plan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you look up, there's a group called Thrive, THRIVE, and they're going to make sure that the Green New Deal gets their share of the infrastructure money.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is the backdoor way or not, but the big thing is this Biden infrastructure plan. I would imagine it will do very little for the American economy. Like you were talking about with the migrants coming in, they're going to be doing a lot of the labor, and are going to basically be doing a lot of dictating to people to how they're going to be able to do their own private infrastructure plan. I mean, you've seen that with the Keystone Pipeline and the Dakota Access Pipeline, and then down in Texas there, where they were flaring off a lot of the gas, they were even protesting the pipelines to make use of the flare gas. So, I mean, I think it's more about a political motivation than it is about really helping anybody. And if you look at that whole plan, I'll be interested to see what their whole proposal is.
Yeah.
But the only thing I see on that infrastructure plan is it's going to reward a lot of their friends and punish as many of their enemies as they possibly can. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Vic. Thanks for chiming in. What did it say? Temper trap. Vic, the temper trap. Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, the snow in the Northeast. I was looking at the radar. Yeah, we are indeed seeing a transition. I'm looking at the changeover from snow from about Kingston, Ontario, down to Syracuse. It looks like you may be in a little bit of a mixed bag right there. Get just to the west of Syracuse. There's a line of enhanced snow, probably coming down at a really significant clip, stretching from, again, west of Syracuse on down into the north central portions of Pennsylvania. That line probably going to be in the form of snow by the time it begins reaching over into Binghamton, New York. You're going to see rain moving into Scranton, PA in fairly short order here. It's moving into the west side right now. Then more rain east of Pittsburgh, rain, and then you got a little snow kind of in. Obviously, there's elevation differences there. The higher elevations, it's snow. The lower elevations, it's rain. So your temperature must be right there, hovering close to the freezing mark then. And some heavy rain stretching on down into northern and central portions of Virginia. Rain's going to be pushing into Washington, D.C., on over into Horsefeather's neck of the woods here in the coming hours. But we do have some winter weather advisories from the north-central portions of Pennsylvania up through southern and central New York. Now, you got to get on up into northern New York. There's actually winter storm warnings, and what do we see here? How much are they talking about? Okay, not too big. The one message earlier said they've kind of downgraded the snowfall forecast, 4 to 8 inches for Herkimer and Hamilton counties. Yeah, between like now and 8 p.m. on Thursday. I think there were a couple of other counties a little bit further north. We'll check on that and see what are the winter storm warning. Let's see. Okay, they're saying heavy snow, 5 to 10 inches. Clinton, southeastern St. Lawrence, and Franklin counties from 2 a.m. this morning until 2 a.m. Friday morning. So, yeah, travel's going to get difficult there. Weather Service Office out of Albany, New York, winter storm warning. Let's see, for Herkimer and Hamilton counties, 4 to 8 inches. Okay, I think that's the one we had touched on a moment ago. Looking at 23 past the hour, and we'll get back to your calls here. What's going on with the heat wave?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. I pulled a bonehead stunt earlier this morning. Damn, I sure wish I would have known I was supposed to go that way. I would have saved myself 200 miles. We had a load going from Reno to Albuquerque, and I'm so used to going across 80 to Salt Lake City and dropping down 15 to Highway 6, taking the back roads into Albuquerque. That's the way I had planned to go. Our dispatch didn't say anything about that. Of course, we go from Reno to Wells, Nevada, and my co-driver pops it up on his phone. He says, you should have went this way through Las Vegas. I was like, well, crap. So I guess just added 4 extra hours to our trip.
Whoops.
I guess kind of helped us out time-wise. Yeah. I called him up and I said, all right, what's going to happen? And he says, well, it was unintentional, so you're good. We'll keep this in-house. So don't tell nobody, okay? Anyways, Facebook, if you're her, Zuckerberg or Pensaki, whatever you want to call them, I mean, those two people look alike. You ever notice that? You get Zuckerberg on one side and Pensaki on the other.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I mean, it looks like
they could
looks
be
like Zuckerberg and drag.
Could be sisters and brothers. Yeah,
but yeah, sure enough. But there's some things that you go down on your, we want to show you memories from years past, and you go through there, and then you'll notice whatever would have been a video or a picture, it's grayed out. There's nothing there. I was like, okay, that must have been something that was offensive to a liberal or snowflake. Well, which I consider to be both one and the same. And then you'll go to your notifications. So-and-so likes a post you put down. And you'll try to figure out, okay, well, which one was it? And no matter how many times you hit that particular slot, it won't take you to whoever said they enjoyed your post. So, I mean, I'm glad I got MeWe, because that way I can get on there and pretty much just say anything I want without the fear of retribution, being, blocked or put on, the bad boy list.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, the way it stands with Facebook, if I do one more, then my account is crushed.
Done.
So, yeah, and I'm such a procrastinator. I always say I want to get it taken care of and do something else under a different name or under a different email account. But I'll worry about that tomorrow. So, anyways, yeah, that was about all my gripe. we're gonna be taking some time off here, starting here in a couple hours. So I probably won't get back out until next Monday. But you know, there was a funny that I heard from a radio station there in Indianapolis by a morning show, and I guess one of the people there is wearing a king costume because he's sponsored by some kind of gambling site, and he had his crown on and he had his robe, and he said something funny that his father had said many years ago. He said the king was at the coronation and something was irritating him, and he yelled out, "Crap!" And he says all that were in attendance went ahead and got squatted and started grunting because the king's word was law.
How about that? Oh, crap.
So everyone went ahead and dropped the deuce.
I bet that was DraftKings, the DraftKings website, which is probably really busy right now with Major League Baseball getting underway.
Oh, yeah, I imagine so. Yep. So, and I guess it starts today then, right?
I think it started last night or yesterday. I forget who got to actually kick off the season, but I know, yeah, for many, many years it was tradition that the Cincinnati Reds kicked off the season, kicked off the official MLB season. Not the case anymore. But yeah, most teams going to be a busy, busy day. You know, really, it's going to be a very, very cold day for many of these teams for opening day. I think AccuWeather had a breakdown. Let's see if we can find that headline. Maybe we'll touch on that after our news break, where Major League Baseball pros share how a cold opening day can change everything. Well, indeed, we're going to see that here for the first day of April. America's pastime. You know, under the hot summer sun. That's what you picture when you have your memories of baseball. But opening day this week, many areas around the country are going to have snow and winter on their mind. Not your typical baseball weather. So yeah, more on that coming up here. First, we'll get our news break, and we'll come back with more of your calls. You'd like to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan Wednesday, a package that will cost more than $2 trillion.
It's not a plan that tinkers around the edges. It's a once-in-a-generation investment in America, unlike anything we've seen or done since we built the interstate highway system and the space race decades ago. In fact, it's the largest American jobs investment since World War II.
The plan focuses on transportation infrastructure, water system improvements, school construction, and job training. The package would also raise the corporate tax rate to 28% from 21% to pay for the new spending. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has said he's not likely to support the plan due to the tax increases. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out.
Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, looking at the forecast, opening day, Cincinnati, Ohio. Cincinnati Reds, St. Louis Cardinals. Forecast, game time, 4:10 p.m. this afternoon. 36 degrees. With the winds, feels like 27. Brr. Cold opening day. That's the official. Let me scroll back up here. Yeah, they say cold weather games aren't super rare in the Major League Baseball season schedule. Starts in March with spring training, ends in October. The World Series. There's a reason why those March preseason games are played in the perpetually warm states of Florida and Arizona. That reason, of course, cold weather. Because cold games can be no fun for the players trying to stay loose in the dugouts and the fans bundled up in the stands, especially for hitters trying to make contact. Cleveland Indians pitcher Logan Allen tells AccuWeather, in his personal opinion, it changes how much I attack the inner third of the plate to righties or lefties. Teams get extremely uncomfortable in cold weather. So if you jam them, it could take them out of the rhythm, not only for the at-bat, but for the at-bat to come. So this week, all 30 Major League teams start their season April 1. Okay, so today, for apparently the first time since 1968. So everybody plays today. I didn't realize that. The first time since 1968, the league will see every team play its first game on the same day. So this is kind of a historic day for baseball, huh? Now, that won't matter much to teams hosting games in warmer locations, L.A., Oakland, San Diego, Miami. But some of our more northern cities will be dealing with very bitter temperatures. Cold season openers. Cleveland opens their season in Detroit, playing the Tigers. Be one of those teams making weather-conscious game plan tweaks. As Allen said, a drop on the thermometer can not only affect the in-game strategy, but how the teams prepare beforehand. Okay, you got to start preparing a little early. Sometimes you make sure your body's just a touch warmer. Make sure you're extra hydrated because you don't realize you're thirsty because it's cold. Cleveland's pitching coach added that moisture is another important component for pitchers to consider on a cold night. Low temperatures can zap the moisture on a pitcher's hand, making it more difficult to grip the ball and throw it accurately. All right, Willis himself was a pitcher with the Tigers, the Reds, the White Sox, and the Twins between 84 and 95. Opening day back in 85, Willis was playing for the Reds in Cincinnati against the Montreal Expos. That game actually featured multiple snow delays, frigid temperatures, and gusty winds. By the end, Willis found the ball in his cold pitching hand with the game on his line. He said, my most memorable cold weather moment, opening day, 1985. We beat the Expos. But for some ungodly reason, Reds manager at the time, none other than one Pete Rose, put me in the game, and I pitched the 8th and 9th and picked up the save on opening day. Now, as the Indians prepare to take on the Tigers today, Willis could find himself kind of dealing with a deja vu. Forecasters say temperatures for the game unlikely to be above freezing, with a brief rain or snow shower along with the gusty winds. And as we mentioned, meanwhile, Cincinnati, it's going to be a blustery day. They're saying winds, they had gusts up to 35 and 40 miles per hour for opening day. Looks like, okay, weather's expected to be dry throughout the game, but the conditions may feel like kind of a shock, in particular because how nice conditions have been leading up to the season opener. We did manage to crack the 70-degree mark 6 times in the month of March. Comparatively, today's forecast high of 41 degrees. It's going to be a good 20 degrees below where we would normally be this time of year. Similar situations will leave Nationals fans cold in Washington, D.C. as they open against the New York Mets. Morning showers should give way to a drier condition in the afternoon. First pitch, 7:09 p.m. tonight. Although nighttime starts means temperatures are going to be below 40 toward the end of the game. New York City Yankees start their season against the Blue Jays in comparably cold temperatures. Rain's going to linger into the morning. It will turn dry in the afternoon. The game time of 1:05 first pitch. Conditions will turn very windy, gusts of 40 miles per hour through much of the day. Your high will only hit 48 degrees, but it's going to feel more like temperatures in the lower 30s. Chicago Cubs host the Pirates this afternoon. You'll need a windbreaker, a jacket, and gloves as persistent northerly winds blowing all day. Temperatures not likely to crack the 40-degree mark. It's also going to feel like you're in the lower 30s there throughout the day. Opening day is going to feel far colder than what your average high of 53 would be on April the 1st. All right. Now, of course, not every team's going to have to bundle up to start the season. Teams in California, Florida, it may feel more like midsummer. The Oakland A's open their season hosting the Astros on a warm Thursday evening. Temperatures dipping below 70 in time for the first pitch. Further down the coast, the Los Angeles Angels starting around the same time, shortly after 7 p.m. local time. But you'll see higher temperatures hosting the White Sox. Let's see, forecast for the game to start with temperatures at about 82 degrees there. Similar in San Diego, Padres host the Diamondbacks at 110. Temperatures throughout the game likely into the lower 80s. All right, there you go. Some of the forecast around the country. By the way, Marlins will be hosting the Tampa Bay Rays this afternoon. Temperatures forecast to be about 80 degrees at time for the first pitch. Could see an afternoon rain shower that may throw a bit of a monkey wrench, maybe a game delay. But I didn't realize that. All teams, for the first time since 1968, will be playing on the same day, today, April 1, and that's no joke. All right, let's get back to your calls here this morning. And next up, I believe we've got the Eagle on the line. Good morning, Eagle. Oh, Eagle been on a roll. He's been doing well for many, many nights. And he dozed off on us here. Yeah. He's sawing logs. He'll call us back at some point in time when he wakes up. Good old Eagle. All right, I believe that brings us to Gilligan. Would that be you?
Yeah, am I the seventh caller?
You were looking for. We're looking for caller number 7. Yeah, right. What? We got an autographed roll of.
Oh, so I'll be darned. Spaceman sent me a message earlier telepathically. He said if I was the 7th caller, then I would get the Webb Pierce Greatest Hits box set. So I'm aware of it, huh?
Yeah, no, actually, it was an autographed roll of Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive toilet paper.
Oh, well, it wasn't real clear, so it's coming from Spaceman. He must have been on that plane he used to talk about every once in a while, sending messages to me telepathically. So, but anyway, this whole new Green Deal and all this crap that they're trying to push through. I got a question. They're talking about creating all these jobs. Wonder how much net loss we'll have. Because you know all these tire taxes on corporations will send probably millions of jobs overseas. It just gets me that people cannot see this. We keep on talking about climate change. Now, I'm not a young man, but I ain't an old man either. I'm just a couple years younger than you are. But when I was a kid, I'm sure you remember this, Steve, that they was all talking about the Ice Age. We was all going to freeze to death in the Ice Age. You remember that?
Oh, yeah. I grew up I think I was in middle school back in the 70s, and we were going back into an ice age, and that I remember vividly.
Yeah.
That winter of 78, the blizzard of 78, the mountains of snow here in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, we were all going to freeze to death.
Yeah, we had the same snowstorm over in West Virginia. I lived in the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia. This is proof that we're all going to freeze to death in this ice age. In fact, the cover of Time magazine had the glacier on it. It says the coming ice age, 1980.
Yeah.
Well, fast forward 8 years. That's just 8 more years. Our beloved Al Gore, of course, brings his climate scientist in, saying that, we're all going to burn up and the Earth will be uninhabitable due to global warming in 25 years. You remember that?
Absolutely. Yes, we're not. Hell, the Arctic ice is supposed to have been gone here, I think, 5 or 6 years ago. That's what he told us.
Yeah, well, there was the Glacier National Park. They had to take the signs down because there was signs that said, I think you reported it, that said the glaciers would be gone by the year 2020. They had to take them down. You know, I would never understand why these people keep falling for this. I mean, they're all over the map. But, you know, and they're talking about this infrastructure building. Well, how much you want to bet that Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi, their husbands, and all these politicians, bigwig politicians, spouses, brothers, stuff, will get most of them contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody spent much time in West Virginia, you'll see Robert C. Byrd Memorial Highway, former Klansman and senator from West Virginia. You know, I can't prove this, but I'm sure old Robert Byrd had some friends in the construction industry. Build these big, beautiful roads. Most of them go out to the middle of nowhere. They end. There might be an industrial park there, but there's nothing in it. This has been going on for decades. I don't understand what people can't see.
Yep.
You know. But, all right, well, that's about all I got tonight. I'll be looking forward to getting my roll of toilet paper, please.
Okay.
Maybe I can use it the next toilet paper shortage. Take care.
Thank you, Gilligan. Have a good morning. Yeah, there you go. So lines available at 844-844-3388. Let me jump over here back under the industry headlines. We've been talking about, of course, they've had issues at the ports for weeks now. Weeks and weeks and weeks. Port of Los Angeles officials are demanding faster shipment pickups from companies and drivers. Companies are being urged to pick up your shipment in a more timely manner, according to the statement on Tuesday. Officials say that the container dwell time, as they call it, has lengthened since the pandemic began, and this extended time is causing more shipping issues as the shopping seasons change. Container dwell time, much higher than it was pre-pandemic. I guess that means your containers are they're unloaded, but they're sitting there at the port waiting for someone to pick them up. We're asking our importers, pick up the cargo as quickly as you can. Yeah, return those containers back to the port. Yeah, we saw our 7th straight month of year-over-year increases in the month of February, and they do not expect shipping demand's going to wane anytime soon. While recent dwell times have improved from previous months, they still say these times are going to have to continue getting shorter if the port's going to keep up with continued influx in demand in the coming months. The time it takes for the importer to pick up their cargo at the port is now in excess of 4 days. It's off the high of 5 days sitting under dwell. Truck turn times, the amount of time that it takes a trucker to move in and out of the port to drop off and pick up containers, has decreased to 77 minutes from what was 88 minutes back in December. So we're starting to see some of the trends in the right direction. But we know August is going to be upon us, and we'll start to see back-to-school goods, other sale items, and then the year-end holidays and all the all-important season for retailers. Despite the request for quickness, when asked what legislators could do to help the looming potential of increased port burden, he merely pointed to vaccinations for truck drivers and warehouse workers. Reiterating companies are going to need to start picking up the imported cargo quicker. There are more than 100,000 people that come to work here at the port complex every day. We've made significant strides in vaccinations with the dock workers and the longshoremen, but we've still got a lot of work ahead in respect to truck drivers and warehouse workers. Secondly, we got to pick up the cargo faster. We can then increase fluidity more quickly. Our tarmacs are about 90% full, and in our industry, 80% is actually considered full capacity. So there's no other solutions to the dwell time issue. Get that freight. That sounds to me like trucking is going to be very, very busy, in demand. All right. We'll get back to some of the other industry headlines coming up here in a bit. Right now, 9 before the hour, and we've got room for you at 844-844-3388. Would that be the Red Baron?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hey, this is Running Bear here in Jackson County, Ohio. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What's going on, Running Bear?
Hey, well, I'm not scared running or anything like that, but we're doing all right over here in Jackson County.
Good deal.
Hey, buddy, have you heard about these truckers on Facebook Live streaming their trips on Facebook there?
No, sir. Not familiar. What's the deal?
Well, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, me and my woman's been sitting up here all hours a day here in Jackson County watching a couple of pages. It's called Truckers TV on Facebook, and then it's got Big Rig Show on Facebook showing just drivers out there just driving all day long and talking to people and keeping them awake and this and that and the other. I just thought that you might have heard of them or anything.
I know I see on Facebook drivers from time to time that put the Facebook Live up and just kind of got the camera in the dash and just kind of showing people where they're going. See the countryside, going through the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty well entertaining when you don't have no life at home. And I'm a son of a 30-year Teamster driver and used to listen to you and your dad for years. And heck, I used to listen to your dad with the transistor radio underneath my pillow like Marty and Joe. And
wow.
So we just sit here at home and watch these truckers go up and down the road. I don't know if anybody else watches any of them or any of your listeners does any of that.
Well, I'll have to check some of that out. Yeah, I know there's all kinds of trucking forums and discussion boards and things like that. Just too many to mention.
Yeah, it just upsets me. I guess I'm a son of an old school trucker, and most of them I see on there does not fit my kind of stereotype of a truck driver. They probably got shorts on and flip flops or Crocs on or anything like that. But there again, it's 2021, so I guess nobody dresses like Jerry Reed and wears cowboy boots and blue jeans and ball caps and stuff like that anymore.
Yeah, there's still some out there, but it's a whole hell of a lot less than it used to be. That's for certain.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Steve, can you talk about a little bit of Reds baseball? I noticed I didn't say anything on that screening thing, but they only give you like 15 seconds to talk. Can you talk about Reds baseball or anything?
Sure. Go ahead. What you got?
Well, buddy, I'm still distraught about them doing Tom Brennan the way he did. You know, he didn't know he was off mic or anything. It just bothers me. Is he doing some kind of blog or anything about that?
Honestly, I've lost track of what Tom's doing right now. I have no idea. I remember that night very well.
Yeah,
it was a sad scenario. That was the night where I was waiting to go on. It was one of those late games. And lo and behold, just one word One word can change your life immediately, and that it did him.
Yeah. It just seems strange that Kyle Larson with NASCAR, they just sent him to some kind of schooling to do him some kind of racist or some kind of sensitive training, and had another girl on NASCAR that said the R word, and she apologized, and they allowed her to come back on, and this that guy that did the Masked Singer, he did something about white people, and they're allowing him back on, I guess, here after the next season. It's just awful. Tom was a real good Reds fan from birth, and it just tears me up. I miss him on. I'm going to miss him on TV, and it's just awful. I hope he has a pretty good nest egg and something to fall back on to make a living and stuff like that.
Many years as he'd been in the booth, and of course, I don't know specifically what the income was, but I was told by a little bird one time, when you are announcing like NFL games, which you used to do NFL games, you made a pretty penny for. I mean, yeah, we're talking like $20,000, maybe more for a game. It was good money.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he saved a little bit of money. I just miss him. It's just a doggone shame, and it just seemed like this world's getting worse. We just need to thicken up our skin, and I don't know. Well, just like your case, you was a conservative, and a big money, big eye heart got upset, and this and that and the other there,
Yeah, I did a quick search here, and it looks like, just to fill you in, that I guess back in December they announced Tom found a new job following his use of an anti-gay slur on the air. He will now do play-by-play for the Roberto Clemente League in Puerto Rico, according to the Ken Rosenthal.
Well, you want to know something? I'm going to have to try to remember that. I don't know if I can remember Roberto Clemente
League, Puerto Rico baseball. Yeah, so that'll be different. So, but yeah, he's got a gig. Can you land on his feet? Yeah, in this country we are a very forgiving people. And like you said, it was just a he didn't realize the mic was back on, that it was going out over the airwaves, and we never really got to hear an explanation of what the context of the conversation was when he used it. Was the sentence was, the mic comes back on, and he's in the middle of their conversation. It's one of the blank capitals of the world, and it was the F word, referring to gay people. So I have no idea what they were talking about, but yeah, for the most part, he never really tried to challenge it. He never really fought it. He didn't want to talk about what the context of the conversation was. They just moved on. All righty. So, hey, we're up to news update. Lines available as we roll into another hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan Wednesday, a package that will cost more than $2 trillion.
It's not a plan that tinkers around the edges. It's a once-in-a-generation investment in America, unlike anything we've seen or done since we built the interstate highway system and the space race decades ago. In fact, it's the largest American jobs investment since World War II.
The plan focuses on transportation infrastructure, water system improvements, school construction, and job training. The package would also raise the corporate tax rate to 28% from 21% to pay for the new spending. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has said he's not likely to support the plan due to the tax increases. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
U.S. Border Patrol agents have rescued a pair of children after they were seen on video being dropped over a border wall in New Mexico. The children, aged 5 and 3, are now in Border Patrol temporary holding facilities. With those holding facilities becoming increasingly crowded, more lawmakers are calling on the Biden administration to take action to stem the flow of migrants. Congressman Michael Burgess says the crisis on the border was predictable. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the Biden administration's reversal of many Trump-era policies was like posting an open for business sign at the border.
This is not a new problem, but the problem has accelerated so significantly under the Biden administration and the rollback of the previous administration's policies, the rollback of the Remain in Mexico policy, the ignoring of the Title II provisions, the CDC directive from 1942, which no longer prevents coronavirus positive children from being brought into this country. The big problem is you've hung the open for business sign on the border, or the we're wide open sign on the border, and people are responding.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The media has finally been given access to facilities on the border, holding thousands of unaccompanied minors who have illegally crossed into the United States. Lance Pry has the story from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
The media has finally been given access to border facilities at the southern border. What we see is massive overcrowding because of the masses trying to get into the United States. Former ICE Director Ronald Vitiello tells Fox News this is just the beginning.
It's a terrible situation with no end in sight. We reversed all of the policies and the tools that prevent surges like this one, and we're not going back. We're doubling down on what is supposed to be compassionate, but it's not compassionate if you're stuffed in a room with hundreds of other kids after this terrible journey through this pipeline where you were taken advantage of by corrupt government. And yeah, the whole thing with COVID and everybody stuffed into stash houses and tractor trailers and car crashes. It's a lot of misery.
The Texas migrant facility toured by the media on Tuesday is 1,600% over capacity. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department says they have determined the cause of the February crash that left Tiger Woods with severe injuries. They won't, however, be making that determination public, citing privacy concerns. Sheriff Alex Villanueva said that the department needed the approval of Woods to release the full report on the crash. Woods is recovering at his home in Florida following multiple surgeries. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, my turn again. Are we taking the COVID serious? I guess it depends on who you ask. I guess the latest story, Sarah Palin. Remember Sarah, former governor of Alaska, vice presidential candidate with John McCain. She's tested positive. And now she's urging people to continue to take it serious. She's now a television personality, confirming in a statement to People magazine she contracted the coronavirus, as did some of her family members, including her 12-year-old son, Trig. The mom of 5 children, ex-husband Todd, says, well, my case is proof anybody can catch this. As confident as I'd like to be in my own health, and despite joking that I'm blessed to constantly breathe some of the most sterile, frozen air, my case is maybe one of those that proves anybody can catch it. She goes on to explain, it began when one of my daughters awoke to having lost her sense of taste and smell and immediately had a positive COVID test. Went into quarantine. I then observed symptoms in my son, Trig. Yeah, who curiously and the most enthusiastic mask wearer out there. After our numerous negative tests over the last year, he tested positive. Now, they say children with special needs are vulnerable to COVID ramifications. Trig, of course, was born with Down syndrome. So with high fever, he was given azithromycin, which really seemed to help, she said, and I increased amounts of vitamins I put in his pureed food. He buckled down and isolated, quarantined, still tested negative. However, symptoms started overnight with a slight fever and sore muscles. Said that she had some of the bizarre symptoms. The loss of taste and smell, which led her to believe it was unmistakably COVID got me. That's the day I finally tested positive, like millions of other Americans. And she said, yeah, it can really knock you down. I encourage anyone to use common sense, avoid spreading this. There's more viruses than there are stars in the sky, meaning we'll never avoid every source of illness or danger, but please be vigilant. All right, Palin announced in January that her mother, Sally, had died, says that her father had just got his second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. Now, I'm more concerned about him and the older generation. So she's kind of advocating keep wearing the mask and whatnot. I know it's kind of cumbersome to mask indoors in a crowd, but, elsewhere around the world, you go to just looking at some of the headlines via Drudge, there are other countries like France right now. Things are just off the rails in other parts of the world still. In France, they've ordered another lockdown. They've implemented a nationwide curfew at 7 p.m. every night. Italy makes vaccine shots mandatory for all healthcare workers. Next headline, the virus spirals in Europe. In the Americas, aka Central and South America, this next surge could be worse than what they saw last summer, they say. So on and on it goes. Meanwhile, I don't know if it was an individual that screwed up. If this was some individual's mistake, they're probably looking for a job. According to the report, about 15 million doses of the single-shot COVID vaccine made by Johnson & Johnson ruined in a factory error, according to the New York Times. When contacted by America Free Press, the pharmaceutical giant said that they have identified a batch of doses at a plant in Baltimore that's being run by Emergent Biosolutions that did not meet what they call quality standards. The company also said the batch had never made it to the filling and finishing stages. The Times report, however, signaled issues with quality control could affect future output. Food and Drug Administration is expected to investigate, they say. Food and Drug Administration said they are aware of the situation. They didn't have a comment. Johnson & Johnson said they're sending more experts to their site there in Baltimore to supervise and direct all the manufacturing of the J&J vaccine, which would allow, they're going to deliver in another 24 million shots in the month of April. But that's a lot of shots. 15 million get to be tossed. See, Johnson & Johnson was getting all the praise, the accolades, because it was the one and done, the single shot. And it doesn't need to be frozen like the Moderna or the Pfizer vaccines. So it's a whole lot easier to distribute, apparently. Okay, still planning to deliver a billion doses by the end of 2021. All right, back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. Oh, what's going on with Philip this morning? Hey there.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing well. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm on my way to work as usual. Have you watched any of the coverage on the trial for that George Floyd, the policeman with George Floyd?
Derek Chauvin. No, I have not watched any of that. What's going on?
Well, I haven't watched any of it, but I've just been watching some of the news coverage about it. Was that started over, apparently somebody thought he had a counterfeit bill? Do you know anything about that?
I don't remember what actually got the whole thing started. No, I'd be speaking out of turn because I'm not sure.
Yesterday, I guess they had a gentleman on that was in the store, and he thought he had a counterfeit $20 bill. So he taught the kid that was behind the counter did what he was supposed to do. He told his manager.
Yeah.
And then it kind of escalated from that. And they even went outside to try to get him to come back in before they called police. And, but it's funny how things escalated in the situation. I mean, it was just a bunch of things that put in place that went wrong, from what I see. I mean, that started it. And then the one thing I really couldn't understand about the case and what little bit I've known about it, well, okay, every time I've ever seen anybody being detained, be it from being picked up for a reason or anything like that, Steve, usually when you put you in the car, you stay in the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
These guys took him out of the car. So that, what you see with the officer with his knee on him, that was after he was in the car and out of the car.
Correct.
And what I've seen over the years, what I've always seen with law enforcement, when you're in the car, you're in the car. You're in the car until you get to the jail. I mean, that was always what I was seeing, and I've been told. And I can't understand why those officers didn't just let him sit in that car and chill out.
Apparently, he started going ballistic. He started going ballistic. He started going crazy. The fact that he was saying he's claustrophobic or something. So I don't know if he was kicking, trying to kick the windows out, or he started getting violent. So that's what prompted them to get him out of the car.
Well, isn't there a reason why there's metal bars in that car?
Right. right?
Isn't there a reason why it's made that way to where you can't open the doors from the inside of the car? I mean, come on. I mean, I know we have to be, observant to somebody and what they're doing, but when you're in a law enforcement situation like that, you go crazy. I'd rather have you in a car going crazy than have you out somewhere else on the street going crazy. I mean, it's just my opinion. I mean, I just don't understand it. You got to settle down. I mean, that's just the way it is. And if they thought that maybe they thought he was going to hurt himself even more, but still, even if you're bringing him out of the car, they should have had a lot more people involved. It didn't look like all those officers were really involved with his situation. It looked like one officer had him involved, and the other ones were just standing around going, "Oh, what were you going to do? What are we going to do?"
Yeah, you had the one Chauvin had the knee on the neck, and then there was an officer that had like two knees on his back. So that was, the combination. If you've got someone sitting on your back, you can't expand your lungs. So, and then the other officer with the knee on the neck. Yeah, and he's pleading the fact that he can't breathe. I can't breathe. It's everyone I know, even in law enforcement, that's seen it, said what he did was wrong. I talked to Pappy about it shortly when it first happened, and he was like, Steve, the protocol is if you put someone down, you might use the knee on the neck or whatever to get them in the cuffs, but as soon as you get them in the cuffs, you roll them over on their back and you set them up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it usually is, or you back them up or stand them up against something.
Mm-hmm.
There was a third policeman that just stood there the whole time.
Yeah, correct.
A third one. Why couldn't he have helped them instead of having him on the ground, like you said, get him up, help them detain him the right way? And that's what I mean. I was looking at some of the footage. I'm thinking, what's this guy doing? He's useless. Why is he there? He's not doing anything. And that's just my opinion, Steve. I'm just pointing out what I've seen in the case.
Yeah, I think I know one of those officers. There were four of them there, and one of them, I believe, was on his, first or second. I mean, the first week on the job or whatever, maybe first or second day, and that may have been the one. He was just, Chauvin was actually training these officers.
Oh, okay. I kind of understand it more, but seems like to me would have been a little bit more helpful in what was going on in the situation.
Right. Yeah.
And that, I don't get it, but, as far as what I seen yesterday, I mean, they had one gentleman there that was telling him to hang in there the whole time. They actually broke down during the trial, and, they had to stop the trial for a little bit because this gentleman broke down because he seen, what was going on with him and saw where he was at, and I don't know. It's amazing how somebody can just go in and buy a pack of cigarettes and turn into that.
Be dead. Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, I appreciate you talking about that accident that happened in Sanford with the gentleman that hit the motorcycle and then came back. Those folks that lost their mother, they're actually got a GoFundMe page up now for her. So if anybody wants to check in it, they just have to get it's the Campbell family, I believe Campbell family GoFundMe page. So I'm pretty sure they're going to need all the help they can. The lady was a really good person. It's a shame that guy, I don't know what was going on with him mentally, but should have never got. That was another one of those deals. Why did it get to that point? You never know what's going to happen.
The craziest thing in the world is that after he hit the motorcyclist, I mean, the craziest thing is he went down and he turns around and comes back, and I guess eyewitnesses make it sound like he got up to a high rate of speed and plowed into him like he wanted to hit him again. Yeah, that's pretty much what the story I got from my daughter. My daughter's friend let her know about it. They know their the lady's children, and they go to the same school. But wow, I mean, yeah, it's just like it's one of those situations. Like, what was that guy? He was on something or anything like that. They don't know. I know there had been said something about he had some kind of stimulant in him of some sort, but
I don't know. It's one of those weird things. When I heard it, I was like, I got to tell Steve about it, and I appreciate you talking more about it on the article. Did you hear anything about Disney paying cast members for their vaccine? Have you heard anything about that?
That I have not.
Okay, well, there's a story out now, and I'm not 100% on what it's about because I haven't heard anything at work about it. But supposedly, my employer is going to pay us 4 hours to go get our vaccine. I know it has been all over the national Facebook and all that other stuff, the articles. My wife brought it to me yesterday, and I'd heard some ramblings about it with the union, but I didn't know if I haven't seen any literature from my employer yet about it.
Yeah.
But I know the state of Florida is paying teachers to go get their vaccines. They're talking about that, and they're also talking about paying principals to go get their vaccines so they can get more people back in the schools. You might want to check that story out. I don't know the validity of all of it, especially with Disney. And when I do know more about it with the company and it's legit, I'll let you know. But yeah, that's one of the things. They're enticing people to go get the vaccine now.
Uh-huh.
So as far as Starship goes, they put a lot of metal on the ground from what I've seen. I've seen just pictures of it, bits and pieces everywhere. But it seemed like it blew up a little bit off to the side a little bit more than the last one did, and it basically clogged up the road there right beside the pad. So I hope they got all that mess cleaned up because it looked like a lot of stainless steel all over the road. So that's pretty much all I got, Steve. You have a good one, but
did they ever say, did it explode before it hit the ground, or was it when it impacted the ground like the other two? Did they say?
They did. I haven't say they haven't heard. I would love to see an aerial shot of the launch or the landing area right now before they move the wreckage, because that you could tell if it had a crater there that it did it on impact. But they had a engine that had a pressure problem. If you watch the launch at the beginning and it gets up there, you'll see a fire that's inside where the engines are, and that escalated probably down towards when it got to the ground, and they were turning the engines on and off. There's certain times they turn the engines on and off for ascent and descent, and I think they had a pressure problem. Those engines have had pressure problems from the get-go. I mean, that's been their nemesis up from the beginning with the Starship is the engines. They have pressure problems getting the propellant into where it needs to go. And when it catches fire, that methane gas is very explosive. So I mean, it's a lot worse than that. The RP1 like they use for a regular rocket. So it can be pretty bad. It's a lot more potent. So that's all I got to say.
All
Steve.
right.
You have a good one, bud.
Thank you very much. All right. Speaking of the Chauvin trial, which again I haven't really paid any attention to it. Going back earlier this week, though, I had printed up a story which didn't get around to it. But they always talk about having a trial in the media, right? Whatever the case is, the media can be judge and jury, and somebody's convicted before they've heard any evidence presented. And I thought at the time, this is kind of like that sort of a scenario. Alan Dershowitz, of course, we all remember Alan Dershowitz from the O.J. Simpson trial. And he said on Monday, I just finished watching the god-awful video of Derek Chauvin keeping his knee on the neck of George Floyd for more than 9 minutes. It was among the most powerful pieces of evidence I've ever seen. It indisputably shows Chauvin keeping his knee on Floyd's neck as Floyd submissively lies handcuffed, telling Chauvin he can't breathe and calling for his mother. Numerous observers at the scene demanding that Chauvin get his knee off Floyd's neck as Floyd clearly slipped into unconsciousness. Floyd does not resist or fight back. He simply struggles to breathe. There's no conceivable reason why Chauvin had to keep his knee on Floyd's neck. Floyd posed absolutely no danger, certainly not after the first couple of minutes, and of complete submission. Chauvin was warned by bystanders that he's killing Floyd. You're killing him. You're killing him. Floyd can't breathe. They begged him to get his knee off his neck. Some bystanders tried to get closer to Floyd, but other officers stood in the way and stopped him. The evidence of Chauvin's moral culpability is overwhelming and beyond dispute, he says. He deserves no pity or compassion. But he does deserve justice, and so do we. Chauvin's legal guilt poses an entirely different series of questions. These are the things they have to look into, because that's what comes down to murder 1, murder 2, murder 3, and all the different possibilities. Did he intend to kill Floyd? Question. Did he realize death could have resulted from keeping his knee on his neck? Was he reckless in not removing his knee? Would Floyd have died from Chauvin's knee if not for the drugs in his system or a heart condition? Those are the questions that must be answered. Those are the questions that will have to be decided by jurors after hearing all the evidence and the arguments and then being instructed by the trial judge. But the moral, political, and ideological issues seem pretty much black and white. No police officer should ever do what Chauvin did to a man who was subdued, lying on the ground, unarmed, surrounded by 5 armed officers. The tape, without more, compels that conclusion, he says. Yeah, it's all pretty much there in full Technicolor. And numerous bystanders. They've got the one angle from one side of the car, another video where you can't really see anything but George Floyd's head, but you can see the knee on the neck, several different angles, and I'm sure that's all going to be presented to the jury. And I think pretty undoubtedly, Chauvin's going to get convicted. One of the charges. All those questions that Dershowitz was talking about, was it intentional? Did he realize? Was it negligent? How much time might he actually spend behind bars? The other big question is, separately, the other officers will be also on trial. The question there is, as a sworn officer, I guess the duty is to intervene if someone, even your superior officer, and if you're the newbie, first or second day on the job, whatever, obviously you're the guy that's going to say, well, Chauvin, he's the veteran experience, he's the man in charge here. Nonetheless, they should have intervened. That's what their trial is going to be about, if I understand correctly. All right, we're going to get a news break first. Real quick from the email bag. So glad you're back, Steve. I've been listening from the beginning. When I found out about your plans to return, I was one of those out there sharing all your info on social media, trying to get the word out. I'm a solar-powered driver, but I listen to the podcast or YouTube every day. Been listening since back when your dad was on the air. I'd love to get one of those first-time caller coupons. I have to try and stay up one night for a little bit, give you a call. Keep up the good work. I'll be listening every day on the flip side. That's Jeremy from Oklahoma. The Okie from Oklahoma. Thank you so much, Jeremy, as you'll be catching us on the podcast later today. First day of April for 2021. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan on Wednesday, a $2.25 trillion proposal that includes provisions for improvements in transportation, water systems, broadband access, and job training. In order to pay for it, the president is also proposing a hike in the corporate tax rate, from 21% up to 28%. But some say that funding the plan with tax hikes will ultimately hurt American workers. Neil Bradley is the executive vice president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and tells Fox News that raising the corporate tax rate will make American companies less competitive and cost the country jobs.
You may be able to pay for this with the massive tax increases that have been proposed, but they're going to make U.S. companies much less competitive. It will make the American tax code less competitive than it was internationally, even during the Obama administration. And all of that means fewer American jobs.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes. No employee headaches. No contracts. No W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'll take you back down to the southern border. Yeah, Biden invited us. That's what they're saying. Take you to Rincon Village, Texas. Illegal migrants crossing through private land, seeking asylum for a number of reasons, including Joe Biden's presidency and factors like violence or natural disasters in their home countries. A man calling himself Junior owns a big plot of land down there. Said about 190 illegals were encountered at an undisclosed location in Rincon Village. That's down near Mission, Texas. A man, again, Junior, tells the Daily Caller he encounters illegals crossing his private land every day right now. And he's there about 4 days out of the week. But they all say the same thing. Biden nos invito, which is Biden invited us. Now, he asked that they not use his last name because the media mobbed his property in 2018 with request to access his land. He didn't want the media out there on his property. He said, they haven't really caused damage to my property. They're just walking along the road, but they do leave behind lots of trash, various medications, clothing, bottles. Said, I haven't really recognized anyone that kind of stands out as a coyote or a cartel member. He said, back under Obama, it was mostly men with children, no women. I asked a couple of times, where's your daddy? And the kid, I remember one kid saying, he's not here. Now, the so-called father was like 5 feet away, and he says, I'm right here. He was angry. He got upset. I could tell he wasn't the father. Nothing I could do about it, though. A Honduran man crossing Junior's land with a large group, including women and several children, said that the Biden administration gave them the opportunity to come to the United States. A woman traveling with the same group said she's escaping Honduras with her son because women are being denigrated and killed there. There was a large group from Guatemala said, we're not delinquents. We're coming to find work. A group of 4 male Hondurans, ages 15 to 17, said they came to the U.S. because a hurricane had destroyed their home, and it's easier to enter the U.S. under the Biden administration. Now, Junior's land is not a port of entry, and all those crossing his property are entering the U.S. illegally. They said under the Trump administration, here's your key. Junior said that he could go weeks and sometimes even months without seeing a single illegal. Now he's seeing 200 in a day. Previously, illegal migrants had to walk until they encountered border officials and were brought in. There's now a temporary processing center under an international bridge about 5 miles from the riverbank. Many are just now headed directly to the facility. Customs and Border Protection officials under previous administrations knew illegal migrants entered the country, but wouldn't pick them up, according to Junior. Okay, but Biden invited us. Get back to your calls here. Who's next up? I believe that would be the Grasshopper. Hello, Grasshopper.
Well, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
Hey, I don't know, you might have already reported on it, but I was messing on my phone while I was on my break in Rock Island and got one of them Apple phones, and they finally got it on there, man.
Yeah,
downloaded the app.
The iPhone app, it kicked in technically Wednesday morning. Yeah, so this is the second night it's been up and running. Everything seemed to be working well for you.
Yeah, it sure does. I don't have the screen on, the light up. I can navigate my map and whatever and still listen. So,
good deal.
Yep. I've been waiting for a while, man. I was like, you guys ever going to get this done?
It took them a while, but yeah, finally.
Yeah, great. Yeah. But, yeah, I didn't know if you was aware. I'm sure you were, but maybe some other people ain't, and they can
exactly
get on board.
Yeah, I need to mention it more because I mentioned it a couple times last night right out of the box, and I did in the first hour tonight. I mentioned it there, but I haven't mentioned it again since. So, yep, the iPhone app is now available.
Yeah, I only got cut off on 8094 4 times last night, so that's pretty good. I hate that road. God, it's horrible. Just 2 minutes of traffic. But 2 more weeks, I'm going back to Toledo. Yay for me.
All right. Well, good deal.
Yeah, get out of the traffic. So, but that's about all I got for you.
Okay.
So,
well, thank you
have
for
a good night, man.
Thank you for checking in, Grasshopper. Yeah, for those who may not have been with us or weren't aware of it, the Apple app. Go to the Apple Store, the App Store. You type in overnightdriveradio.com. And there it is, free download, and you'll be up and listening. And again, unlike when you get it on the YouTube or the Facebook, you can you don't have to have the screen on. You can navigate to other things on the phone while the app is still running. So you can listen to the show, and you can kind of multitask. I guess that would be the word, right? Okay. What else we got here? Back to the calls we go, and I think that might it be Big Ed?
It's me, my friend. How we doing?
Well, there he is. I was calling you out, you dirty scoundrel. Hadn't heard from you in a while.
Steve, I'm sorry. I kind of alternate between Solar and United Elves.
Yeah.
Just today, I'm going to start out bashing Fly Rod or Duo Pluto
okay.
set giveawayer. And he deserves to be bashed, Steve. The guy is a hillbilly. I don't know what you want to call him. He operates out of the Atlanta metro area. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I wasn't.
But I'm coming. I'm down there in Georgia. Coming into Atlanta, and it's raining. I'll get out. So okay, well, traffic's going to be ugly going through Atlanta. And I was coming through there about 2:30 Georgia time. Well, hopefully I can get around that loop without hitting any backups. just about time I get on 285, I mean it, and I was going around this, I think what they call the south side. Well, I'm headed over to Augusta, okay, or the east side of Atlanta. I mean, the backup started, and it stayed that way. It took me over an hour to go. I think it's 25 miles to get on the 20, and I usually when I get in a backup, I'm always trying to pay attention. Well, what caused the backup? What made people start reacting? Because in Atlanta, I don't know how many lanes, like 6 lanes.
Yep.
And so once that backup starts, people just in the right lane cut off the guy on the left. That guy cuts off the next guy on the left. That guy cuts off the next guy on the left. Next thing you know, everything just jammed up. Well, I was going to call Fly Rod. I told him I was going to call him when I come into Atlanta just to see where he was at. And unbeknown to me, I finally got out of that jam, and then I finally thought, well, I need to call Fly Rod. And guess where he was at? He was the one that was causing the damn backup. He was broke down in the right lane, and I seen the truck sitting there, and I my first reaction was, dumbass, couldn't you get it off on the shoulder without blocking the lane? Well, it was our good old friend Fly Rod that was creating all that havoc yesterday.
Boy.
So if you come through Atlanta yesterday and about 2:30, 3 o'clock, it's our good friend Fly Rod, the duo Pluto headset giveaway is what I call him. He made your life miserable. At least he did mine for a couple of hours. So I just wanted to give him a shout out.
So we give him a DA of the Week nominee, right? Dumbass of the Week nomination.
Yes, yeah, let's nominate. There you go. Nominate that guy. Really serious. And I thought, after I talked to him, I thought, if I'd have called you before, I'd have known about it. Hell, I'd have pulled over because I had a full thermos of coffee, and we could have sat there on the side of the 285 drinking coffee and watched people throw rocks and cans at us, man. That would have been funny, wouldn't it? Anyway, Steve, I got the second shot. I heard a lot of people were having difficulties with it. So, especially come down with headaches and running chills and fevers after they got it. Usually they said the second day afterwards. But 2 hours before I went in, I popped 3 leaves. And I thought, okay, I'm going to get on top of this, hopefully, if it causes a nasty headache, because I hate headaches. And everything went smooth. And then I drove all day, Monday, I think it was. And then about midnight, I popped 3 more leaves, went to bed. I ain't had no side effects from it.
Yeah, you felt kind of frisky when you woke up in the morning.
Oh, so you are reading my post.
I did see that. I saw it. I actually shared that with the listening audience, Ed. Yes, I did.
Well, I appreciate that, Steve. I'm trying to listen to the playbacks, and I'll get into it, and then I get busy and on the paying attention to traffic and what have you, and then I'll think, okay, I need to go back and listen to the last half of the show, and then I don't get to listen to it.
Yeah.
So, but I am trying to keep up with you, my friend.
Okay.
Guaranteed. But you posted one thing that really I didn't call in about. Sometime I'd like to get back into it, and that was that gene or DNA altering.
Yes, I posted that yesterday morning. I thought Facebook would probably take it down, but it's still there. I mean, it's a long article.
Man,
I shared
spooky.
some of it last evening. I read some of it. It was too much, and then when I got off the air, I read the rest of it. And yeah, it's kind of freaky.
When you posted that, and I was reading it, I thought, my God, that's spooky. It took me back to the Nazis. Was it Dr. Mengele? Was that his name?
Right. Doing experiments on people.
They was trying to create this this Aryan
perfect race.
Green bean.
Yeah.
Yes. That's something we ought to divulge into deeper, Steve, because I mean that would be some interesting discussion. Because you go back years ago when they first started coming out with this cloning stuff. Remember, we talked about it years ago.
Right.
That they could clone. They can clone you or me, if I understood it right, through DNA.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was a pretty hot button topic back then. And even your article, it took me back to when Kay got paralyzed. And I thought, my God, you know, is the knowledge and the medication or the altering of one's DNA or genes, could they use it for the medical good of human life? Like it helped her where she could walk again.
Yep.
So in a sense, I thought, you know, I would be for something like that. But unfortunately, our society, it seems that that's not the direction they want to go. At least I don't know. But that's a deeper topic than what I called in about.
Right.
You know, and then I heard Philip talking about, well, they're going to pay people to take that shot. And then I'm like, well, you know, all I know is I personally know people that passed from that COVID.
Correct.
And I don't have any reason to question, you know, what the doctor said, that this is what killed them. And I'm thinking, what, you know, if my friends that's passed, if they had their choice, what would the choice be? Well, the choice would be go take that shot. But at the same time, to me, we as a society, we know what's going on. You just read the reports from France and these various other countries. I'm going to guess they're having issues of getting people to take the shots, and they're having more waves of this COVID that they're fighting. Am I understanding that right?
In many cases, some of these other countries are not getting. They don't have access to vaccines. You know, you go back. Donald Trump got us ahead of the game when he ordered and pre-ordered. He actually put billions of dollars down to purchase vaccines before they were even approved, banking on the fact that they would ultimately be approved. So he pre-ordered the first 200 million from, say, Pfizer. When and if you get approval, we get the first 200 million doses, whatever. See, he had them locked in, the orders. Other countries, Canada lagged behind. France lagged behind. They didn't pre-order the vaccines, so they're kind of on the waiting list. A lot of countries are on the waiting list now.
Well, the proof's going to be in the pudding. And you know, and then the Pfizer. And it really, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said, oh, were you comfortable? And I said, I'll tell you why, another reason I'm comfortable, because President Trump took. Did he not take the Pfizer shot?
I suppose, yeah, him and Melania.
Well, this the one.
Yep.
You're right. He's the one that pushed this Pfizer, and I trust that man. I may be aggravated at him about old Steve Bannon, but I trust Donald Trump, that he had the best intentions for the country as a whole, and that's why he pushed this Pfizer shot as hard as he did. And so that was another reason I was comfortable with taking it. So the proof is going to be, if we get enough people taking this shot, and you see these other.
Yeah, I think Big Ed must have lost his cell there. Just like flipping a light switch. Yeah, either that or, yeah, it's my fault. Well, we hit that 240-minute mark. So, yeah, Knucklebuster, whoever else is trying to call, give me 60 seconds. We'll have the phones back up and running. Lord, I apologize, as they say. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Show recording is on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That means we're back up and running. I thought he lost us. I look up there and said, I forgot to reset. Welcome back, Big Ed.
Yeah. Nominate yourself second runner-up.
Runner-up, dumbass of the week.
Yeah, I knew that's what happened. Second, I thought, surely I wasn't talking that much. Anyway, so I think the proof's going to be in the pudding. And next year, if we're having a big issue with COVID, then okay, the shot apparently ain't working. So think.
Well, this week, supposedly the scientific community is saying that they're leaning toward we're probably going to have to do an annual, like what do you call it, a booster, or they're already looking at some of these variants, the different strains, the British strain, the Brazil strain, and all that. That in a year's time we may all have to just do like we do the annual flu shot.
Dang. Well, man. Yeah, good grief. Every year we're supposed to take a shot to keep us from dying, I guess. I don't know, man. That's just crazy. That is crazy. I mean, I don't understand the different strains they're talking about unless this stuff is a continuous mutation.
That's what viruses do. All viruses.
Same thing.
Viruses, they all mutate constantly.
Well, I was religious about taking the flu shot. I always have been, ever since I come down back, especially when I come down diabetic, because there was 1 year I didn't take the flu shot. Good God, I want to say that was in, 2000 maybe. I did not take that flu shot, and I got that flu bad. And at that point, I swear, I thought I was dying. I couldn't breathe. I mean, I can remember it. And from that point on, I started taking that flu shot every year. And thank God, knock on wood, I haven't had that flu since.
Okay.
That's been 20-some years. And I'm being serious as a heart attack over it. I just took it religiously, so I'm just, okay. I took the flu shot this year, and I've been out here on the highway, and I still, a lot of these guys, I still didn't hear of no cross-country drivers. We didn't have an epidemic of drivers going down, or did I miss something along the road somewhere?
I shared several stories, some that have been sick, but we didn't see the outbreak like we thought we'd see with drivers going all over the country. You're right.
Right. I mean, to me, it brings up big question marks. Why? If anybody was going to get it, it should have been us, the cross-country truck drivers. Yeah, there's a few that got sick, but not to the epidemic proportions that we was hearing about in our normal everyday society.
Right.
It brought up a lot of questions in my mind. So, or I guess truck drivers are notoriously filthy and they're immune to any damn thing that comes along. That's what I've always been told. You see them lard asses walking across the parking lot, and you're thinking, that sucker needs to go get a shower just by the way he looks. That's a joke. Don't nobody call in here and bash me. I'm joking. I'm included in that mix. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Ed. Are you with me?
All right, now I'm gonna get down to the meat of my call. I'm listening to that trial, George Floyd. It bugs me that the man was handcuffed, so therefore he was subdued. and for whatever reason they laid him out on the ground. That I can't get my mind past. What reason did you have to do what you did and the way they handled it once he was on the ground? No, I can't get past that. Seeing him lay there like that, and so to me, he was handcuffed. You had him subdued. How do you explain that now? But it brings in a lot of other questions. Let's go with if he was training the young police officers. What is their guilt?
Right.
What is their responsibility? You go back to Vietnam and the My Lai incident where Lieutenant Kelly, if I'm referring to the right individual, ordered the troops to shoot the villagers and burn the village. You remember that? That's history. I know.
Shoot them all. Right. Yeah. Men, women, children, just kill them all. Right. Just slaughter.
Right. So even though their superiors ordered it, what you as the troop, we was taught that in the military, even though your superiors ordered it, there is a degree of guilt if you carry out an order that clearly defines questioning. So you have no excuse. That's the way it was pounded to me when I was in the military. Maybe some of these other guys could comment on that, but I always felt when I was in the military, if my superior ordered something that was just brought in a lot of questions, at that point, it was your duty as a soldier to question this order. And that falls, in my opinion, right along with the line of the young officers. You're sitting there, you're seeing this so-called instructor, and you're seeing this, what's happening. What point, to the degree that you should have stepped in and intervened and stopped that? But let's go back to the front of it, the $20 bill, the fake $20 bill that got it all started. And they was pounding on that yesterday. And the kid, he actually, the one that he passed the $20 bill to, had filmed what was going on, and he erased it off his phone because the lawyer asked him, why did you erase that? And it's like he said, I just seen what happened to Mr. Floyd, and I just didn't want. In other words, he was trying to say, out of respect for Mr. Floyd, he didn't want something like that on his phone for other people to be watching, because you could tell it really disturbed him what took place. But I go back, there was Mr. Floyd, there was another lady with him, and some other guy in that car. I go back to, okay, what did they know? Why did they go to the store with the clear intention to pass off bogus money? That's a crime in itself being committed. That's a premeditated crime that's getting ready to take place. Or am I missing something there? Because if you're going into that store to try to exchange bogus money, you're planning on doing that. Yeah. So where does the responsibility that Mr. Floyd has for his own dang death? Steve, are you with me on that?
I got you there. Ed, I want to put you on hold here because got to get to my news update here, a little bit behind. Like 4 minutes. So it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan on Wednesday, a $2.25 trillion proposal that includes provisions for improvements in transportation, water systems, broadband access, and job training. In order to pay for it, the president is also proposing a hike in the corporate tax rate from 21% up to 28%. But some say that funding the plan with tax hikes will ultimately hurt American workers. Neil Bradley is the executive vice president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and tells Fox News that raising the corporate tax rate will make American companies less competitive and cost the country jobs.
You may be able to pay for this with the massive tax increases that have been proposed, but they're going to make U.S. companies much less competitive. It will make the American tax code less competitive than it was internationally, even during the Obama administration. And all of that means fewer American jobs.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
The Wisconsin Supreme Court struck down Governor Tony Evers' mask mandate on Wednesday, saying that he overstepped his authority when he issued an extension of the order after the state legislature had voted to repeal the original one. Wisconsin joins a number of other states who have pulled back on their public health efforts against COVID-19 in recent weeks, something Dr. Anthony Fauci says will delay our recovery from the virus. The White House's chief medical advisor tells CNN that with accelerating vaccination rates, we just need to hold on a little bit longer to achieve the needed protection against the virus.
Every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to a greater degree of protection. So now is just not the time to pull back and declare premature victory. It's just not the time. Hang in there a bit longer. We're going to get through this. As more people get vaccinated, there's going to be a greater umbrella of protection over society. That's why we're saying over and over again, just hang on, continue to do the public health measures, and then we could pull back later when we get a greater degree of protection from the vaccines.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan on Wednesday, a $2.25 trillion proposal that includes provisions for improvements in transportation, water systems, broadband access, and job training. But critics say there are provisions in the bill that have nothing to do with infrastructure and don't justify the bill's price tag. Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis says the president may use this bill to get other measures through that would otherwise face stiff resistance. The New York Republican tells Newsmax TV that the need for infrastructure improvement comes from years of local and state government squandering tax money meant to pay for things like roads and bridges.
But then, of course, there are a lot of other things that we're trying to get more details on. You know, it seems that they are trying to perhaps pass a transportation infrastructure bill and using that as a guise to sort of pass a climate change bill, perhaps a Green New Deal bill. And I believe, look, improving our aging infrastructure is something that needs to be done. It should have always been done over the last several decades to keep up with population growth, with economic growth, with modernization, technology, all of that. But the thing is that's what the taxpayers' money should actually be going toward. Instead, we see that government, particularly governments like our local city and state government, have spent money on all sorts of other things, created unnecessary programs, have just wasted and squandered the people's money, and now we're desperate for infrastructure investment and an injection from the federal government.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, back for our final hour. Hey, a quick message here. Got an email from Dave, said I-69 North in Indiana closed at the 316 mile marker. Looks like a big rig ran into a construction truck there. Semi's front end all smashed up. It's on the left shoulder. The construction truck is all smashed up. It's on the right shoulder. But lots of emergency vehicles. I have no idea in regards to injuries. Praying the construction workers are okay. All right, great show as always. David, thank you for the heads up again. At 69 North Indiana, the 316 mile marker shut down at this moment. Now I want to get back over here to let Big Ed have an opportunity to finish up. And if I can, I'd like to bring in, let me see, I guess, I want to bring Pappy into the conversation here because he can give us the law enforcement perspective. Welcome aboard, guys.
Evening,
Steve.
Pappy.
Big Ed, how are you, sir?
Yes,
Both
sir.
of you.
We're just fine. I appreciate you getting on here. Yeah, because I got several questions.
It's a pleasure to talk to you, man. Lay it on me.
All right. Is there not a degree of responsibility when George Floyd goes in there? Is there not a question that, okay, they said, okay, well, did Mr. Floyd know that he had a fake $20 bill? To me, that brings in a question. And if he knew it, then the two people who was with him knew it. So they went there with the intent to commit a crime, all right? So a degree of responsibility then falls back. They bring the police officer in to a situation because they're there to commit the crime. And then from that point, it started getting out of hand. So in a sense, in my opinion, with all these questions, because they were saying, oh, well, this ain't what's on trial. Well, to me, all of it's got to be on trial, because if you don't put all of it on trial, and I agree with what I think Steve said earlier, that you had said, hey, it was handled wrong by Mr. Chauvin. But maybe it was handled wrong, but what put him in that position to handle that wrong? And so how's this guy going to get a fair trial? Yeah, surely you can look at what's happening and tell me as a police officer that he's not going to get a fair trial if they're not going to bring in all these other questions. And that was the degree of responsibility that George Floyd had in the act of committing a crime, and the people that was with him, don't they have some responsibility of what took place?
Well, I think you're 100% correct on him trying to get a fair trial. I think that's going to be a really, really tough thing to do without them getting to move that trial to another jurisdiction. Now, here's what you got to remember, Big Ed and Steve. When that video came out and we all saw it, we just saw a portion of what actually transpired. And Steve was correct. You know, when I first seen that video, when you see that man laying on the concrete with them on him like that for 8 minutes, I mean, that was wrong. I'll say it right now, it was wrong. Here's the deal. I don't know if Steve or Big Ed or anybody out there listening actually seen the full video from beginning to end from all the other officers' body cameras too. And when you see that, it will kind of change your mind of what actually transpired that day.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. That go ahead.
Well, there's I don't want to put the name out, but there's a website we use for training. We do a lot of online training now with videos and whatnot, and they had all the body camera video from beginning to end that I was able to watch. And now, trust me, his defense attorneys and the prosecutors slowed every frame of everybody's body cameras down and examined each frame for a long period of time before they went to the next frame. It might have took them 2 weeks, a month, to examine all this video. Now, with that said, when the officer first approached the vehicle with Mr. Floyd sitting in the driver's seat, right off the bat, you could tell Floyd was having a problem. He didn't know if he was having some mental issues, something was going on with him. You could just tell his demeanor, the way he was acting. He told the officer right off the bat, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." And the officer was trying to tell him, "Man, just calm down, man. We're here to investigate, a fake $20 bill getting passed." I'm going to tell you right now, Steve, Big Ed, there's a good chance that you could have a counterfeit $20 bill in your pocket. You don't know it. It can happen.
Sure.
You got to take the tally of the circumstances involved. If I get a call to a business for somebody passing a counterfeit $20 bill, I mean, it can happen. It can just be a mistake. I mean, the way currency gets distributed, around this country. So you got to look. Number one, this who's passing this $20 bill? Do they have any history? They got any theft history? Do they got any counterfeit history? What's their criminal history like? You got to take that into account. Floyd's criminal history was extensive. Back to the video when he approached the car. This is going to come out in court. They froze this one frame down where when Floyd is talking to the officer, you see a little white pill in his mouth.
Yep.
Okay.
See,
when they finally
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, when they get him out of the car and they're interviewing him on the sidewalk, he's in distress already. His behavior, the police officers are even asking him, "What's going on with you, man? What's the problem? Have you taken anything today? Did you take something?" And he was denying it. And before they even started escorting him over to put him into the car, he started claiming he couldn't breathe. Before they even put him in the car, he's like, "I can't breathe. Don't put me in that car. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm claustrophobic." Naturally, they stick him in the car. Once they got him in the car, he started to wig out even worse. And let me tell you, I've been there where you got people in the backseat of your cruiser. I had a guy split his melon open and got 50 stitches because he's banging his head on the cage in there. He was out of control in the car. They tried to do the right thing. Maybe if we get him out, he'll calm down. So they got him out. They laid him on the pavement and sat on him for 8 minutes.
And that's the problem.
Which was a no-no.
See, can you see if you can adjust your little microphone thing there? You're kind of cutting out, kind of like horse feathers did that one.
Well,
okay.
That would you answer that question I had in my mind right there with that? Is his issues with not being able to breathe started in that car?
It started before they put him in the car.
Right. Okay. So with that,
now, did you know what the toxicology report came out, Big Ed?
No.
He was on an upper and a downer, right? Like a speedball kind of thing. Methamphetamine and...
He had methamphetamine in the system, and he also had fentanyl in his system. He had 3 times the amount of fentanyl in his system. They said it could have killed... The amount of fentanyl he had in his system could have killed 3 people.
Wow.
When you get right down to it, then when you're looking at it, that's why I feel like every shred of evidence needs to come into play. Other than maybe he handled the procedure wrong once he got him out on the ground. then he's not responsible for this man's death. Am I correct in that assumption?
Well, you will see what happens with the jury, but the coroner's report came out and said that there was no trauma to George Floyd's neck, that he did not die from being choked, so to speak, from the officers. Yes. Well, he stated the cause of death was asphyxiation, and that was caused from the fentanyl. What the fentanyl does, it affects your respiratory system. It causes it to shut down. That's why he was having trouble breathing. That's why the man was dying before they ever got him out of the car.
So essentially, he needed a dose of Narcan, essentially, while he was laying there.
Correct.
Yes.
That might have helped him.
Wow. See, that right there.
The coroner's report, the coroner made a statement that if they would have found his body in an apartment building, like if he would have died at home, the coroner would have ruled it an overdose on fentanyl.
Well,
and it all comes down to one issue: he handled the procedure wrong, but just one.
That video we saw him kneeling on his neck like that, and the other guy kneeling on his back was bad. And that's what we all seen. But it's like every other time, they don't wait till the facts come out. You know, what killed that man.
I'm assuming, are you listening to the trial? Are you getting to listen to any of it? Been trying to stay up.
I'm sleeping like a little baby during the day.
Because each question that the lawyer's sitting there asking these witnesses brings in other questions into my mind, and I'm thinking, okay, well, if I'm sitting on a jury, I need these questions answered. I need this situation. What
you need to pay attention to is when the coroner gives his testimony on the cause of death and the toxicology report. That's what you need to pay attention to.
Now, let me ask you this. You don't mind? All right. Now, let's look at if he was training these officers. If you're training an officer, are the younger police officers allowed at any time during any altercation that's going on to question anything that you as a training officer would ask them to do in their performance of duty? Are you allowed to say, hey, I question that?
Absolutely. But here's the thing, that kneeling on somebody's neck, when you really look at the video, he does not have all his body weight on George Floyd. If you really look at it, it's not like he's got all his body weight on his knee on that man. He's just trying to hold him down from moving. And it's in their policy. They teach that in that police academy is a restraint hold until you get somebody cuffed. And that was the problem I had, is this man was cuffed when they took him out of the car.
Yeah, so...
And to keep him on the ground like that for 8 minutes was wrong. You need to sit him up. You know, just lay on your stomach and put your hands behind your back without anybody even kneeling on you. It's hard to breathe.
Well, it's like you said in the video. Does the video show that Mr. Floyd was in? Because from years past, I've seen people that's been on drugs and going to convulsions. What's the proper response and reaction of trying to keep them from hurting themselves, bouncing in the walls or what have you?
Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, you know, when they say about seizures, sometimes it's best just to let them have that seizure and come out of it. Just kind of let them.
And in the video, is there a clear evidence or sign that he's having these type of seizures?
Well, he wasn't having any seizure, but he was definitely in distress. He was claiming he could not breathe when they were standing on the sidewalk before they ever put him in the car. That video will come out in court.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All that video will come out in court. I guarantee you that. His defense attorneys are going to
present
make that clear.
So essentially, if Chauvin had rolled him over and maybe even sat him up, there's a good chance that he would have still sat there, upright, no knee on his neck, and
sat there
probably
and
died.
He would have. Yes, that man would have still died, Steve.
Okay, Pappy, I've got another question for you, too, and you might not be able to answer it. If I'm understanding, the lawyer that's representing Chauvin is being provided by the police union in Minneapolis, if I'm understanding that correct.
Yeah, in this particular case, I'm not sure. In this particular case, I'm not sure. Something this massive, I don't know if he would want a police union lawyer. I don't know. I have not heard
the reports that I'm hearing, the reporters, as I'm listening to the show, they're questioning that because they're just one attorney for Mr. Chauvin sitting there when there should be 4 or 5 attorneys sitting there because there's so many lines, when the prosecutor's asking all of these witnesses all these questions, you got one attorney sitting there taking notes. You need 4 or 5 people sitting there taking notes.
Well,
if
I was in his shoes, go ahead.
Well, so since they're right, he's not been represented the way he needs to be represented. So therefore, you're going to get a mistrial if all you've got is one attorney representing this police officer, because there's more than just Mr. Chauvin that's on trial here. It's the policies of that police department that's on trial and their procedures. And there's so many questions that have been missed because one guy cannot keep up with all of it. So is there not a responsibility, you as a police officer, you go out here and let's say it's happening to you, should your representation come from the city getting you the proper lawyers to represent your case? Or are you on your own?
He's on his own. Here's the thing. I can't believe if I was in his position, I think I'm going to have some, representative from the police association, some attorney involved with him representing me on a case like this. I want Johnny Cochran, man.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
But how many police officers can afford that, though, Pappy?
Well, he's going to be a broke man when this is all said and done with, no matter what happens. He's going to lose his house. He's going to lose everything he's got to keep his butt out of jail.
See, to me, that's why it's necessary for this man to get a fair trial, because we're not just talking about him. I'm assuming he was married. He's got family. If that was my brother,
married.
Trial.
I think his wife left him after this.
Yep. His wife left him a week after it happened.
That's sad. Pappy, I appreciate you getting on here with me. Steve, I appreciate you letting him get on here.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope I just kind of cleared a few things up, a little insight that maybe most Americans don't hear through the mainstream media.
Correct.
But if you watch that trial, it'll all come out.
Well, I'm thinking, Lord help us in the event that there is a mistrial or he's not convicted. I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, we know what's going to happen.
Well, right. I think it'll be...
This time it's going to be under Joe Biden's watch.
That's true. It'll be tenfold what unfolded last summer, though, probably.
Buckle up.
Buckle up. That's all you can say. Yep. I think he feels like... All right, as far as the attorney, I did a quick check there. Big Ed said he's only got one attorney. Yeah, attorney Eric Nelson stands with Chauvin and a woman by the name of Amy Voss, who Nelson describes as his assistant, but is a licensed attorney. That's on one side of the courtroom. 7 feet away, there's a rotating crew of 4 state prosecutors, including Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison. Now, despite the appearance, they say, that Nelson is working solo, that is not the case. Nelson is a private attorney with the holding firm that has plenty of help from the Minneapolis Police and Peace Officers Association Legal Defense Fund. And that fund, I guess the Federation of Officers and Unions, is paying for up to a dozen other attorneys that are working the case behind the scenes. Nelson has assistants and lots of cash to spend on a trial that's likely to run at least a month, they say. Yeah, you know the matchup. The 12 attorneys on our side work very well together. It's not like Eric is doing this case all by himself. The legal fund carries the financial weight, including attorney salaries, despite Chauvin being fired from the Minneapolis Police Department. So he does have assistance there. So we'll break off there and get a news break, as we like to call it, and come back with more of your calls ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden unveiled his infrastructure plan on Wednesday, a $2.25 trillion proposal that includes provisions for improvements in transportation, water systems, broadband access, and job training. In order to pay for it, the president is also proposing a hike in the corporate tax rate from 21% up to 28%. But some say that funding the plan with tax hikes will ultimately hurt American workers. Neil Bradley is the executive vice president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and tells Fox News that raising the corporate tax rate will make American companies less competitive and cost the country jobs.
You may be able to pay for this with the massive tax increases that have been proposed, but they're going to make U.S. companies much less competitive. It will make the American tax code less competitive than it was internationally, even during the Obama administration. And all of that means fewer American jobs.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes. No employee headaches. No contracts. No W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdoc.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Okay, let me jump back into it here real quick. This is from USA Today. Back to the story about the appearance of just having one lawyer. When you're staring down the barrel of a long prison sentence and you're fighting for your freedom, you're going to take help wherever it's available. Thomas Needham is a Chicago lawyer who has defended police officers accused of misconduct. Our system says he's entitled to a defense, and he's entitled to the best defense that he can afford. For some, including Peters, Chauvin is due a robust defense, particularly from that legal fund that he paid into. He paid into that as a member during his 19 years as an officer. They say even the American Civil Liberties Union agrees to a degree, but they're concerned the appearance of a police organization paying to defend a fired officer. Something Peters and Chauvin is entitled to since he was on the job when Floyd died. They're afraid it's going to send the wrong message. Chauvin is certainly entitled to a rigorous defense. According to the senior staff attorney at the ACLU's Criminal Law Reform Project, I don't think the union can simultaneously bring credibility to discussions about meaningful reform and then push defending Derek Chauvin. Police unions have shown their cards, so I hope people can see things like what they're doing in Chauvin's case and take their opinions on reform, kind of with a grain of salt. Needham argued, well, that's not a fair shake. He's disagreeing with the ACLU. The idea that he's fired and why they're still defending him, that's all wrong because labor and management are two different sides. Management decided he should be fired. The unions don't give up and sign on to the management's decision. In a case like Chauvin's, they have to make their own decision about what they do with their resources. Is this a David and Goliath sort of a scenario? Staff and funding for both sides came to a tense exchange during the jury selection. Yeah, when Cahill, angered that a $27 million civil settlement for the Floyd family had come up again, interrupting the prosecutor. Yeah, how many lawyers are working for the state in this case, he says. And he said, well, 10, 12. Yeah, Schiller said, I don't have that number, Your Honor, but I do know that the Police Federation, the union, is funding the defendants. The judge suggested the number of attorneys on the state side makes it easier for the state to handle ancillary matters like dealing with the news conferences surrounding security for the trial and settlement issues and filing affidavits and motions. The fact is, the state has a lot of lawyers on this case who can sit outside this courtroom and start grinding out things. Mr. Nelson does not have that same level of support. Yeah, they say actually he does. Apparently, they say the union fund expects to spend up to $1 million on Chauvin's case from the legal fund, which is paid into by officers throughout the state who belong to the unions. All right, so on it goes, but that's the breakdown. Let me get back to your calls. And what do you say this morning, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's talk about that vaccine right quick.
Yes.
I've got COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. I don't need that other junk go along with what I got already, so I'm going to take the vaccine. I don't care if I have to take it every year, right?
Okay.
I'm out here in Oklahoma, and I'm looking for that beautiful red-headed baby doll, Shelly Williams, so her and I can do a duet together and sing "You're the Reason God Made Oklahoma," right? But she sings a whole lot better than I do, you know. And, you know, she's as old as I am, Steve, 63 there, and I guarantee you that still looks good for a 63-year-old there. My grandfather, he always told me, don't believe anything you hear and half what you see. Take it all with a grain of salt there, right? I don't have any social media on my phone. I think Facebook is a crock of Sam, Houston Institute of Technology, and so are the rest of them there. You know, everything on the internet is the gospel truth, Steve. You know, we're almost to Easter. That's the only gospel truth that I know on this earth there. That may be a conspiracy theory, all that junk up there. I don't know. That was dirty money he was trying to pass off. You know, they got the good old boy networks everywhere, Steve. They may have fired that policeman, but I don't think they're ever going to get a conviction on him. I just don't think they're going to. And you're right. You better hang on, fasten your seatbelt, but it's going to get worse than it did last year. You mean there ain't going to be no scantily clad senoritas up there in Cincinnati today?
Not at the ball game. I would not think so.
Man. Well, I want to thank the Cincinnati Reds for letting the St. Louis Cardinals win today. I'm sorry, I didn't say it out loud, did I, Steve? I'm sorry, you know. Shoot, you know, Road Check America is May the 4th through the 6th. We're a month away. They're going to be checking on lighting and hours of service violations there. Plus, they got the other 37-point level inspection points that they look at there. So you need to start getting your truck looking spiffy now. Don't wait until the last minute there. And let's go north to Alaska. I think Johnny Horton done a pretty good song and John Wayne done a good movie there. But them Costco customers up there, they're swearing up and down that Ravens are stealing their groceries out there in the parking lot before they can get them in the car. See?
Really?
You ain't mind enough to slap a bird away? Yep. So I don't know. Hey, a man came into a store up there in Alaska, Steve, and he pulled a knife out and tried to rob a place where that man standing at the counter. He set his stuff down on the counter, went out to his car, got his water pistol, and you know who won that fight, right?
I imagine so.
He held him until the Yep, he held him there till the police showed up there. The New York City morgue up there, workers are stealing the credit cards off of the dead people, Steve. That's pretty sad. Next thing you know, they'll be trying to be a necrophiliac up there, right?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's sick. I know that's right. And old Jill Biden, she couldn't even say Wayno's notice or something like that. I don't know. She, yes, we can, that whatever that worker slogan was there. She probably should have just spelled no socks. And because, there wasn't no light bulb on up in her head anyway there, right? And, I mentioned Bill Gaither last night, the song Because He Lives. That song is 50-year-old this year, Steve. I don't know if you've ever heard the song. It's a good old Southern gospel song. Right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it'll be Easter this Sunday. We've had the cradle, we've had the cross, and without that empty grave, then none of it means nothing, Steve. It's just worthless. But thank God we got the stone rolled back. That's all my baloney and steak for today. Have a great, blessed day, and you had a fantastic show, brother.
Thank you there, old knucklebuster. Good to hear from you. Down to Chris. Morning, Chris. What's on your mind?
Good morning, Steve. I've been watching that trial the last couple of days, and Pappy is completely right. That one video is very deceptive. And he wasn't even on his stomach. And I know he didn't watch a lot of the body cam. You could say he was, but his hips, he was kind of twisted. His hips were on his side. I'll tell you how he got out there. And I'll tell you what the whole problem was in a second. But the two rookies couldn't push him into the car. And the car is small. I mean, they should have bigger cars than that. But Chauvin showed up, said, "What's going on?" And he said he's under arrest for forgery right now. So he went around to the other side to pull him into the car. And as soon as they got him down on the seat, he launched himself with his legs right through the other door. And that's when Chauvin said, "Get him out, put him on the ground." I think that's when they called the ambulance. But there's one thing I disagree with Pappy on. I think he had a mouthful of dope, Steve. And the rookies completely missed it. You hear people say he was foaming at the mouth. Mm-hmm. He had dope dripping down his chin. That's what the hell was going on. And that guy, he was in convulsions. They weren't doing anything to him to make him react that way, And that lawyer is doing a damn good job. He even got the paramedics. Those people on the sidewalk didn't know what was going on. They had they had a complete wrong idea about it. Because she said, "Why didn't they call the ambulance?" And on the cross, that attorney for Chauvin, he says, "You realize they called the ambulance 2 minutes before you got there?" And she said, "That's impossible. Because the response time was supposed to be 3 minutes. And the reason they were sitting there for 9 minutes is they were waiting for the damn ambulance." And she said, "Well, how could it take that long for the ambulance to get there?" But that was a big part of the problem. But, and the counterfeit bills, they knew what they were doing. Well, he gave one to his friend, and I don't think his friend knew it was counterfeit. And they spotted that right away, and he tore it in half and handed it back to Floyd. Floyd was in that store for about 20 minutes, just acting goofy and dancing around. He was, that whole act he put on in the car, that's when he was chewing the dope up.
Yeah.
And that's when they didn't see it at all, Steve. And when they tried to put him in the car, he said, "You think you're going to put me in a car? I'm going to die. I'm going to die." And he was serious, and he was going to die. That's what killed him. I mean, the paramedics, when you're dead for 2 minutes, can't they revive you? Normally, I think they can. I think they got up to 3 minutes. That guy was a stone. You know, he was dead for 2 minutes, and his whole body was contorted. It was the drugs doing that to him. But that's my perspective on it.
Now, someone said foaming at the mouth is a sure sign of a fentanyl overdose.
Well, it might have been part of that, but I think a lot of it was just the drugs. Initially, it was, like Pappy said, you could see a pill, but it was dripping. He had things dripping out both sides of his mouth. And I think he took them out. I think he was dealing. I don't think he had a little bit of dope on him for his own use. I think he's probably dealing.
And tried to ingest it, so he didn't get caught with it. He tried to ingest it.
Right. He had probably packaged for sale or something more serious, you know, that would have showed up. And he didn't want to take that ride. Well, that's just my opinion. But,
yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds there, Chris. I thank you so much for the call. Let me jump down to, well, it says Matt, but I know it ain't Matt because I recognize that number. What's up, Spaceman?
How you doing?
Good.
I didn't watch the trial, you know, as it happened in the daytime, but I spent about an hour last night watching, I was off from work watching segments of it. And it's funny how two people can watch the same thing and have different opinions. But I think the prosecution's doing an excellent job. They're even bringing up things that you would think that they wouldn't bring up, you know, that the process. But what it does is it takes an aha moment from the prosecution. They've already covered that, you know, the good, bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
And the defense attorney is unlikable. And I'll back up a second. One thing I thought was interesting, you do learn a whole lot more than what you thought you knew about the case. They have all the footage of him spending the $20 bill. For some reason, he didn't go out to his car and haul ass and, hey, I got away with that. You know, he stayed out there long enough for the counter attendant to come out to his car twice and ask him to come back in and figure this out. So he wasn't in a rush to leave. So maybe he didn't know he had counterfeit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's a person that's like a dispatcher that could watch these cameras remotely, and she was disturbed enough by seeing Chauvin on the neck and another police officer on his back and one on his leg that she called her supervisor to report that. And then one of those bystanders was a volunteer fireman medic, which the last caller had mentioned. And, yeah, that's true. She couldn't believe it took 9.5 minutes for the ambulance to respond. And she approached that Oriental officer that's kind of like standing guard and asked if she could administer medical attention and told him that she was a fireman and a paramedic, and he told her to get back on the curb. But the part I didn't like that the defense attorney did is there was a guy on the curb taunting Chauvin. If you remember, he said, "You're a punk, man. You're a punk. Look at that. He's dying. He's dying. He can't breathe. Look, he just urinated himself. You're a punk. You're a chump. You're a chump." So the defense is Chauvin stayed on his deck 9.5 minutes because he was distracted by the taunting and feared violence from the crowd, which I thought was a bunch of BS, you know, 6 or 7 young people standing on the corner. So he had that guy on the defense stand. He goes, "Isn't it true you called him a chump 13 times? Isn't it true you called him a punk? Isn't it true you said this?" And he said, "If it's on the video, I said it." The guy's like proud, like, you know, if you say I said it, I said it. If you say it was 13 times, I said it. I know I did say it. I still think it. You know, so then what really made me flush and brought up an anger in me is that attorney used the term, while Chauvin was trying to administer care to him, you were taunting him and administering care. But the defense pointed out that Chauvin, and this is, Pappy, not Pat, one of the callers said different. Maybe it's the last one, that he didn't have weight on his leg, but they, part of the thing they pointed out is he shifted his weight to put more on his neck and lifted his other leg up, several times. But I think what it's going to come down to is they called the ambulance, and then a period of time went by, and there's another, they can up the code. I think it was code blue they called it, but the urgency of the ambulance to get there, that he was, I guess that might mean that he's dying.
Mm-hmm.
But he stayed on his neck for 9.5 minutes. Another thing you learned in the trial, and I found was interesting, you know how the media all over the world said it was 8 minutes and 46 seconds, and they did all these memorial services where people would lay down or sit or get on their knee, for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. When in all reality, it was 9.5 minutes. That's been pointed out in the trial. But here's the thing, what it's going to come down to as far as did he kill him. He called the ambulance because he was in distress and then got on his neck for 9.5 minutes. And the thing is, if he set him up right, would he have survived until the ambulance came and gave him Narcan and treatment and so forth? Or in addition to him being on the drugs, did he kill him by being on his neck 9.5 minutes? And I would ask anybody out there, I think somebody offered $100,000, it's like a challenge to let somebody get their knee on your neck, lay you on your stomach, handcuffed, put their knee on your neck, and put another guy, both knees on your back and one on your legs, and see if you can last 9.5 minutes not on the drugs. I believe that him being on his neck was a contributor. I think if he'd have died of the drugs, that him being on his neck made him die earlier, And I read all three that, did they get the third-degree murder charge? Is that active in the case?
They did get that added on. They did, indeed.
That's what I think is going to be, because I read an article that was a description of manslaughter, murder 2, and murder 3. And, like, the murder 2 had the intent, like, I'm going to murder you, and murder 3 was doing the actions of murder, but unintentionally it happened. I think that's what he'll get. But, I wish I could be, extremely accurate. That's what I like to do when I'm a caller. But I haven't watched the whole trial all day, every day. I just seen, highlight segments. And I believe that's all I can add to it. But I did want to let Big Ed know they covered that $20 bill thing, all the way through. But they have lots of footage from other angles and, that I hadn't seen, and more of the body camera footage I haven't seen before, although I've seen a lot of it.
Okay. So they had a lot of stuff, and I think everybody that was standing around had their cell phones out. They were all recording. So, yeah, I know they've got numerous angles, videos. All right, we close it out here on a Thursday, April Fool's Day. Of course, come back tonight at the midnight hour. We'll make our way into Good Friday as we head toward Easter weekend. Get your entries in, overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. Get the grand prize. We'll be announcing tonight the Pluto Duo bundle headset from Stellar Electronic. Second prize, your Hot Shot Secret Semi-Prevention Pack, $120 value. And third chance winner, get your Hot Shot Secret Semi-Performance Pack, $79 value. And we'll see you back at that point in time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I